Good evening. I would like to call tonight's meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy,
Here.
Councilmember Landman,
Here.
Councilmember DeBala, Councilmember Schlegel,
Here.
Councilmember Gilbert, Councilmember Hanzak,
Present.
Councilmember Wesley.
Here.
Good evening. We are meeting tonight at 6 p.m. To vote and to go into closed session. The City Council is convening to meet with staff and the city's labor attorney to receive a briefing and legal advice on collective bargaining negotiations with ASME Local 3399 and UFCW Local 400. The meeting will be closed pursuant to Annotated Code of Maryland General Provisions, Article 3-305B9, which permits a meeting to be closed to discuss matters related to collective bargaining negotiations, and 3-305B7, which permits the meeting to be closed to consult with counsel to receive legal advice. After the closed session, the council will reconvene in the auditorium at its regular meeting slated to begin at 7:30. And so with that, would someone like to move for us to proceed into closed session?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanzak. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Wesselek. All those in favor of moving into closed session, please say aye.
Aye.
Do you have any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, thank you very much. We will proceed to closed session and we'll see everyone here again at 7:30.
Ooh, I hear myself. Good afternoon, YouTube. Austin, can you hear me? If so, open your camera. Give me a sign. Show me a sign, Austin. Oh, I don't know. Austin, can you hear me? That's right, it's me. Turn your video on so that we can all see you. Oh! He hears me. Hello. Hold on 1 second. Oh, we got Austin. We got Austin. Austin's talking, but I don't think we can hear him. So just go ahead and keep talking, Austin. The light is glistening. Look great. Keep going, Austin. Keep going. We can't hear you yet, but keep going. Good job, Austin. Keep talking. We're still working on it. Thank you. You good? Oh, nope. Speaking. Yeah, we're still waiting.
Yeah, okay, I, did you, oh, do you hear me now? or-
Yep, we hear you. So 1 second, we're gonna do the sound check right now. 1 second. See that we can hear because thank God we have technology.
Yep. You're snapping
Austin.
my fingers that time too.
Got suppressed, but go ahead and tell me your favorite F1 team.
F1, which one's that again? The F1? The moon, I'd imagine it's probably
Evening, everyone. Apologize for the later start. The council has actually been meeting since 6 p.m. In a closed session. And so to receive a briefing and legal advice on collective bargaining negotiations with ASME, Local 3399 and UFCW Local 400. The meeting was closed pursuant to the Annotated Code of Maryland, General Provision Article 3-305B9, which permits a meeting to be closed to discuss matters related to collective bargaining negotiations, and 3-305B7, which permits a meeting to be closed to consult with counsel to receive legal advice. And so now we are reconvening our open meeting this evening. We've already taken a roll call earlier. And so in terms of upcoming agendas, make sure I have the right one. 18. All right. So this evening, so because we got off to a little bit of a late start, I will be providing the legislative update as our legislative advocate, Ann Seacott, has a prior engagement at 8 p.m., but no worries. She's given me the notes, so I think we'll be fine. We have 3 presentations this evening. The first is an update on the mental health pilot program. The second is the police department annual report. Third is the police electric vehicle pilot program. We will also have 2 voting sessions this evening. The first is the second reading ordinance amending Tacoma Park Code 8.16, sale of food and drink for the purpose of expanding the types of use agreements the city may use to effectuate the purposes of this chapter. I thought I was done last week. It's the second reading as they relate to Outlook outdoor cafes. And then the next item is resolution supporting HB 1142, establishing the task force to modernize county and municipal revenue sources. We will also have a few work sessions this evening. The first is a request to use the city auditorium for a film screening and waiver of associated fees. The second work session is the State Highway Administration priority letter. And then lastly, we will have a work session on the charter amendment resolution. On Wednesday, next Wednesday, the council will meet at its regular time of 7:30. We will have a legislative update from Ann Seacott, our legislative advocate. The voting session that evening will be the resolution approving State Highway Administration priority letter. I will just let the clerk know, I think on our rolling, they're showing a charter amendment resolution. We're going to flag that as tentative given the cancellation of the public hearing that happened on Monday. The budget presentations will begin on Wednesday, the 25th. The first is the city manager's overview of the recommended FY27 budget. The second item is the department budget presentations, part 1, administration, city manager's office, information technology, human resources, finance, city clerk, and communications. And then we will have our second budget presentation, our third that evening will be related to the police department. On Monday, March the 30th through Monday, April the 6th, is Montgomery County Public Schools spring break. And therefore, on Wednesday, April the 1st, the city council will not meet. On Monday, April the 6th, the council will have a budget work session. Again, that is a Monday at 7:30 p.m. in the auditorium. We will have 2 budget presentations that evening. The first is the ARPA Fund, American Rescue Plan Act, the Public Works Department, Stormwater, Housing and Community Development, as well as the library. We will also have the capital budget overview, which includes the ERR, fleet procurement, and facility maintenance reserve. And so with that, I am going to cover items for our legislative update this evening. And so first, I just want to say thank you very much to Senator Smith and our District 20 delegation. We received word today that our LBI request of $500,000 for the Metropolitan Branch Trail project has been awarded. So it has been voted on, and it is moving forward. And I am super excited about this, and that just means, Senator Smith and D20, we are very fortunate to have them in the amount of work that they do to bring things back to the city, because I understand this is a very tough budget for the state. And so I just want to send my thanks to not only our District 20 delegation, but our staff that worked on putting together and making sure that we had all of the paperwork in place to submit the proposal. Monday is crossover, and so there will be, and that's the date when all final bills are done, and so there will be, well, I guess when things switch over between everybody, but so constant voting will be happening, and so for our work group, I know that we've been tracking quite a few bills, but just know things are about to get pretty fast and furious in terms of voting. So we'll just be prepared for that. And then also, a good cause is still in need of advocacy. I want to thank Delegate Wilkins for all of her work with working to be a champion for years on this issue. And so want to encourage those residents that are advocates for good cause to please reach out to your senators and making sure that this this important piece of legislation moves forward. And so next week, Ann will be providing many more updates after crossover, and that's usually when we learn what has made it on to live another day and what hasn't in terms of the bills that are in Annapolis. And so with that, as I do weekly during this time, because I recognize how much work it is, I want to thank our working group on council, Councilmember Westlake, Councilmember DeBala, and Councilmember Landman for the work that you all are doing to make sure that we're keeping track of all of the respective bills, putting together testimonies and letters in support of bills. It is so important to have you all at the table, and it really does make things a lot easier when it comes to making all of these rapid fire things happen. So with that, we are going to move to
Also question.
I do not have the a summary for that. Oh, there was a question regarding a summary for the closed session on security last week. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm not used to dealing with a red folder. Give me 1 second. Here we go. All right.
Before you do that, may I comment on legislation?
Go right ahead, Councilmember DeBoe.
Thank you. So one point for those listening about legislation, the governor introduced a bill, a combined energy bill, a few days ago. It was the subject of 2 days of hearings on the House side yesterday and today, and I believe it passed the House with a bunch of amendments, is going to the Senate. I know our state legislative advocate, Ann, is tracking it, and will tell us as soon as she has a chance to read it what the changes are. But I know there are some residents who are very interested in climate and energy issues, so I wanted to just flag that for everybody, because it's moving fast. Thank you.
And I just want to, so I do want to confer with staff before This closed summary is for the closed session that happened on March the 11th. And that's, this isn't for the security item. So let me just follow up with the city clerk on that to make sure that we have the right item. And we'll make sure we double check that. Okay. I will, no worries. I'll read it after we get through council comments.
Mayor Cersei, I just had a quick question for the legislative working group. With the good cause eviction legislation that you mentioned, is that the clean version that's not going to bar counties from enacting good cause unless they do not enact vacancy control?
So the issue is that there are amendments that are starting to crop up on the Senate side that are introducing vacancy control provisions within the bill.
But we as Tacoma Park, we're asking residents who are advocating to
Clean
not
bill.
couple those
To not
elements.
couple them.
Thank you.
Okay. And so with that, we are going to move into public comments. Do we have any general public comments this evening? General public comments. Oh, I'm sorry. Comments on voting items. Any comments on voting items? And just as I'm obviously out of practice. And just as a reminder, the voting items this evening: second reading ordinance amending Tacoma Park Code Chapter 8.16, and the resolution supporting HB 1142, establishing the task force to modernize county and municipal revenue sources. Any public comments on voting items? Okay. Do we have any virtual comments on voting items? Okay. We're going to move on to general public comments. Just as a reminder, you will have 3 minutes. We're asking for you to state your name and your street or ward. And again, we are asking for everyone to be civil, including no profanity or disrespecting others who are speaking.
Council, my name is Elizabeth Wallace, Ward 1. On the proposal to extend the length of time in office, no. Reasons given basically were the time it takes some people to get up to speed and to understand how to review the budget. I say, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Instead, I propose City Council 101 course, which some cities actually have, for any resident as well as those who might be interested in running for office. It could include taking a version, Tacoma Park version of the Academy of Excellence in Local Government course at the University of Maryland, a mandatory reading of the city charter and code, attendance at the Tacoma Park Police Academy, including a ride-along, proof of attendance at a certain number of city council meetings over time, a review of the city budget line items and rationale behind them, reading an estimate from former council members on the time they spend weekly, amount of time, signing a statement that they understand that the current compensation and there was no guarantee of a raise in the future, reading a comprehensive city council transcript of the last 2 years, perhaps. What you can do is just create transcripts using AI from the TV recordings and then feed them again into another AI to get a coherent history of who said what, when, and maybe why. And most veteran council members nationwide suggest that best pre-candidate class is actually free and monthly, the Planning Commission, since a portion of City Council's workload can involve land use and zoning. And last but not least, attendance at the Maryland Open Meetings Act course. Oh yes, and there could be lots of pop quizzes just to get used to the stress. But while completing these would not be a prerequisite for candidacy, it could set one candidate apart from another, sometimes by a long shot. Kudos to Amy Weselick, who came on board in 24, and Kara Hanzek in 22, who are both currently part of the Academy of Excellence. Correct? I don't know how many classes they've taken yet, but Cindy Stabalo is a graduate of the Academy. I don't know the year. They both completed Kara and Amy both completed the Open Meetings Act training at the Maryland Municipal League Conference on June 24th and 25, and Ms. Stabalo did in 2019. But there's no record of Mayor Searcy having taken it, nor council members Landman, Gilbert, or Schlegel, though I do think the latter understand its gravitas. So, bottom line, preparation by candidates is the key to getting up to speed, not longer terms. Before you take a seat on the council, and long before you receive a paycheck. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments this evening? Okay.
Good evening. Yeah, my name is Isaias, Ward 4, 7710 Maple Avenue, who is under Mr. Kurt. So we have some rumor for a long time. According to Adventist Hospital and some other buildings, for future, it will be after 10 years will be demolished and it will be the county have a new plan. Is it real information we want to know? Because we are in 7710, the landlord, he wants to sell the buildings, and we have tenant associations, and we have also tenant representatives. They have already certified, they get certification from the city. And we create also buyers to buy the buildings from the tenants. And we have also lawyers, and the county also hiring for us a lawyer. But we don't have some evidences from the landlord according to the city, Tacoma Park City rules. And I don't know how we are going to get from the landlord those documents to get for us the information to access. And also the lawyers we have also, according to the Tacoma City Parks, the payment is, it says half of, it says totally 7.5 and it is half of the money is around 37,500, the down payment, but we got the lenders of the money, and of course we get some monies, but we don't have enough information from the lawyer to the tenants. So when the tenants are, the lawyers are coming to us, we need translators in Amharic to communicate most of our language barriers. And we have some problems. And we need also some basic information. What we are requested is we never get from the landlord through the city or through the tenant associations. So who can provide us or who can give us this to facilitate our needs? Because it says on the paper, which I have it from the Tacoma City Park, and there is a lot of information, but we don't have anything in our hand except the selling letters. So I don't know if Mr. Kurt or the city can provide to us enough information and to know our rights if we have to buy the houses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just want to ask the city manager to make note of Maple View Tenant Association needs for translation services for HCD follow-up. And also, can we make sure that the closed captioning is on? Do we have any other general public comments?
Okay. Do we have any virtual public comments this evening? Okay. Okay. All right, Mr. Shields. And just as a reminder, no profanity, Mr. Shields. Mr. Shields?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
I had asked to make my public comment as anonymous, but you refused to allow me to be anonymous. You refused to allow me to speak under a pseudonym. You all force people to speak out, but don't really give them the opportunity. How dare any of you call yourself a feminist? There was a 20-something-year-old girl who was sexually abused in that very building by the police department, employees of the city of Tacoma Park, and none of you care. Or you care more about the corrupt police chief who oversaw the sexual abuse of the city employee, the deputy chief, Philippos, who cut the hours of the victim of sexual abuse. And that's what, but what was worse perhaps was the retaliation against half the department took against this victim, telling her to shut up, don't make waves. Allegedly, the offending officer's former partner used to go in to the dispatch closet right after he would leave, and armed, in duty, over 6 foot, in uniform, on duty, with a weapon on his side, and say, don't make waves. Don't say anything to anybody. It's just a joke. You barely had the chutzpah to stand up for it for 3 minutes. This poor woman dealt with it for months. And when she complained, they got, the offending officer got a paid vacation. They brought him back on. And then when she said she didn't feel comfortable working with them, Deputy Chief Philippos cut her hours. Not a single one of the people that called her a fat heifer that no one would want to have sex with, not one of them lost their job. How would that feel for your workplace environment? How would you like to see videos of various sex acts being performed by Ms. Dabala or Rhonda Spirito? Would that make you feel comforted if you made it very clear to them already you didn't want to see those videos? What happened during your candidacy is so beyond the pale. It is disgustingly ridiculous. None of this could even come up in a training video because it is so far beyond belief. Do you think it was right for the offending officer to invite a child half his age to sex clubs, to be a swinger with him, to see videos of him receiving fellatio? None of you. You all, shame on you all. Shame on all of you. You're not progressive. You're not feminist.
Thank you, Mr. Shields. Your
none of
time
you.
is up.
Excuse me, the rest of the people are able to finish
Mr.
their
Shields,
thoughts.
your time is up.
None of the rest of the people.
Mr. Shields, your time is up. Okay. Thank you. I saw Mr. Huebner. Mr. Huebner, you're up next.
She's disabled the video and the audio. There you go. Can you hear me, Mayor Susan?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you very much. I think that we missed Jesse bad, but I'll have to get used to it. All right, I'll start now. I read, good evening, Paul Huebner, Ward 3. I read through this year's annual police report. Since there's no financial data, I'm looking for answers to a few questions that the chief may be able to answer. 1, why does the city police force have 66 patrol cars listed in the annual audit while we only have 29 officers in operations and 12 in criminal investigations, a total of 41 badged officers, a difference of 25 additional vehicles? I also ask why the police had an average of 57 patrol cars for the last 7 years. Next, I asked the city manager why these very substantial costs are not assigned to the police budget as well as in the ERR. That would reflect more accurately the actual costs of policing in Tacoma Park. In the 2025 projected police expenditures listed in the ERR, there was $1,337,366 in 1 year for cars and equipment. Should not such substantial expenses be allocated to the proper category, the police department budget? And lastly, if the chief is unable to answer these questions tonight, then the city manager can answer them next week as stipulated in adopted resolution 2022.2. And I will read now from the years prior to this year's 66. Going backwards, there were 52 vehicles, 57 patrol cars, 59 patrol cars, 54 patrol cars, 56 patrol cars, and 56 patrol cars with a steady index of 41 badged officers. Who's driving all these cars, and why are we spending millions of dollars for vehicles that we know who's not using them? Those are my questions. I hope someone will pass those on to the chief. I hope that he can answer these, and if he can't, then maybe the city manager will do such. I thank you for your time and look forward to your close attention on this very expensive item. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have any other virtual public comments this evening?
Okay, we're going to move on to, actually, let me go ahead and read the closed session summary from March the 11th. On March the 11th, 2026, the City Council convened in the Community Center Auditorium at 6:35 p.m. to vote to enter into closed session to be briefed on safety protocols and emergency plans. The meeting was closed pursuant to General Provisions Article 3-305B10 to discuss public security if the public body determines that the public discussion would constitute a risk to the public or public security, including the deployment of fire and police services and staff and/or the development and implementation of emergency plans. The City Council found that discussing security protocols is essential to the City Council to identify and address potential risks supporting the safety and well-being of the community. Because these discussions involved sensitive information, the Council, in accordance with the Maryland Open Meetings Act, adopted and identified potential security risks and justifications for the closed session upon motion by Councilmember Gilbert and second by Councilmember Dabala. The motion carried unanimously. Councilmember Wesselek moved to convene in closed session, seconded by Councilmember Honzak. The motion carried. Voting for, Mayor Searcy, Councilmembers Landman, Dabala, Schlegel, Gilbert, Honzak, and Wesselek. Present for the closed meeting were Mayor Searcy, Councilmembers Landman, Dabala, Schlegel, Gilbert, Honzak, and Wesselek, City Manager DeSpirito, City Clerk Carpenter, Deputy City Manager Hupty, Emergency Manager McInerney, Police Chief Duvall, Deputy Chief Philippos, Communications Director Ryan Kelly, City TV staff Alvaro Calabaya, John Pitt, and Bienvito Martinez, and other City TV staff who regularly work at City Council meetings. The council was advised about safety protocols and had the opportunity to ask questions and discuss scenarios. The meeting was adjourned at approximately 7:30 p.m. After the closed session, the council reconvened for the public session. Okay, and so with that, we will move on to council comments. Do we have any council comments this evening? Councilmember Westlake.
Oh, we switched, Mayor.
That is why I said we have to let them know, because they have to change it all in here too.
Yeah,
But it's okay. It's all right. It's okay.
I thought it was communicated.
I'll speak on her behalf.
No, it's all good. Councilmember Gilbert, I will remember that you are Councilmember Westlake today. Go right ahead.
Okay, I was going to speak on her behalf, but okay. I'll speak for myself instead. Thank you to the commenters, to the gentleman who's here from Maple Avenue. I was at one of your meetings maybe a month or so ago, and really impressed with how fast that you're building, forming your association. Really proud of the work you've done so far in regards to your the process for exercising your first rights to refusal on the building. And I share your anxiety. I understand what you're going through, as I went through it at my building last year. That whole process, I know it's scary and it can be a little bit unsettling. So I'm confident that the staff will be able to get you the support you need going forward, and I'm here to support you as well. So I'll make sure you have my information, and we'll walk you through this process. I had a meeting yesterday with the residents of Parkview Towers, which is 7667 Maple, the building that has been under construction for a while now. And the main topic of conversation was the rent stabilization review, and good conversation. The survey that went out as part of the tenant survey that went out as part of this process, not many of them received via mail, at least at that property. I received mine at my building, so I'm just curious if we had some mailing issues. And the one thing I also noted on that survey was that there was no date that the surveys had to be in. I completed my survey online, and it said explicitly that the date was March 31st that they had to be done. So I'm not sure if the same expiration date applies to the surveys that were mailed out. So I've been looking to get those answers, I don't know, I guess from Housing Community Development staff. But yeah, good meeting, and thanks to the residents at Parkview Towers for having me. And then a real quick update from Councilmember Siemens in regards to Joyce. She had her surgery last week, I believe it was a couple of weeks ago, the 13th of March, and she's home and recovering, and the surgery seemed to be a success. So we're glad that that went well for her. And that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. Councilmember Honzak?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So various things. First, thank you to those who came out to speak tonight. I always appreciate hearing from you. I am sorry, sir, that your young gentleman there had to listen to the words of one of our constituents that were not very youth-friendly. We tried to make this a space that is welcome to our young people. It's not every night that we hear that kind of comments, but you were noble to stick it out, sir. And thank you to Ms. Nalvarte for your excellent support this evening. It has been a big job. Happy Eid starting tomorrow night to those who are celebrating. I've got my own St. Patrick's Day green. That's what I was celebrating last night, hoping for the luck of the Irish. I'd like to also congratulate everyone who's been involved lately, and particularly our management and Andrew Bolduc, who have been working hard to fill staff positions. I'm excited to see our new HR director, which I'm sure she will get recognized in a moment by our city manager. But in the meantime, I just wanted to say welcome to all the new staff that have joined us in the last few months. It's really cool to see our staff getting filled out and have empty seats filled and feel like we're operating at full capacity and able to do the things that our city wants to do. So congratulations to everyone who's made that happen. Last week, I was really pleased by the intensive participation and excitement of three residents of Essex House. Everyone knows that I don't have many tenants associations. We don't have many tenants associations in Ward 5, and although we have multiple multifamily buildings. And And so we agreed that we were going to at least try to stand up some communication. So we spent 3 hours. We planned to spend 1. And we stood up a WhatsApp group with multiple layers that they're going to try out. We filled it out for food distribution initially, got a full roster going, as much information as we could. And the plan is for now to try to use it to be tenant-led when there's been just a lot of uncertainty in their building about emergency situations where they don't feel like they're getting maybe all the information, at least in the past. Most recently, communications have been a lot better. Thank you, Paloma and Devin, for that, and the management. What's going on? Change my mic? Oh, not me. Okay, sorry. Saw movement back there, everybody. Hand motions. Anyway, it was really exciting to see this list get stood up, and I welcome anybody working with further from the staff with them to really kind of get them going. I don't think they're ready to start a tenants association. They're a little intimidated by that. It was really tough during COVID, but it was a huge step forward, so excited. Test Center had just reopened today. I just saw the announcement for those who may be dependent on services. It's just beyond the northern border of our city, and it's a great place to go for legal services, including related to guardianship, if any of your residents need that. Also, it was having a lot of issues after the fire and had closed down temporarily as well. They also work with people on SNAP benefits and all sorts of other county resources. And then finally, just a couple days ago, I'm also excited to share that the Long Branch Business League through MHP, I met with a small group, and they're looking at maybe changing the direction, one part of the direction of the 5K. If you don't have the 5K on your calendar, it's November 8th. It's in November every year. And the proceeds from the run go to one of our 3 business associations in the city, the Long Branch. So we are not without a 5K, everybody, November 8th. And it comes through Tacoma Park. Our Tacoma Park City Police support the event every year. And it's really a lot of fun. Usually Kate Stewart and Laura Charkoudian run every year. I like to volunteer in it. Lots of people walk with their strollers and stuff. Anyway, it's not going to go Houston Avenue next year. They're going to switch it to Kennebec on the way through down to Sligo Creek, I think. They're going to be working with city staff and county to kind of make that work, but I'm just flagging that for residents. I'm excited that I live on Kennebec, and that's going to be fun for me. But there was just a lot of traffic on Houston, and it was really pretty hard to manage the last few years. So they're hopeful that this is going to help with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanzak. Councilmember DeBala.
Yes, thank you. Very quickly. I spent the last few days at the National League of Cities Congressional Conference here in D.C. We went to visit our state, our representatives, our Congress member and 2 senators today to talk about the National League of Cities agenda for legislation, which amounts to money for infrastructure direct from the federal government to the degree that is even possible. And so that was great. But what I specifically wanted to call out was the resolution that the National League of Cities board passed. Speaking of civility, passed a resolution to lead with civility, dignity, and respect. It goes on for a few whereases, and it resolves that that we stand united, leading with respect, dignity, and civility to reduce polarization and create an environment that values shared goals, increased empathy, and genuine dialogue. And it calls for individual member cities and towns to develop and pass their own civility pledge. And so I am going to ask for, to propose this as a resolution for our council sometime in the next couple weeks, whenever it fits into the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Are there any other council comments this evening? Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I wanted to register with everybody that the 3rd annual Healthy Homes Fair is happening this Saturday from 1 to 5 p.m. at Catholic University. And it is sponsored by Electrify DC. Thanks to David Blockstein for letting everybody know about this. It's a great opportunity to press ahead with reducing the ecological footprints of our homes and of our transportation. And even if you have already done a lot with your own home or your transportation, it's great to go and become an ambassador for other people to kind of try to accelerate the transition, which is really an act of resistance in the times we're living in. They're going to have a variety of things available, including, you get to test drive an EV and electric bikes and things like that to try out appliance giveaways. I plan to bike down to the fair using the brand new MBT that's been built as far as Tacoma. So if anybody would like to join me, I'm going to be at the gazebo in Old Town around 12:40. At 12:30, I'll get there, and then we'll head out at 12:40. And I also just wanted to thank County Council Member Kate Stewart, who's been responding to the unexpected eviction of the family on Sycamore Avenue. And she's been looking into how local jurisdictions might be informed when a longtime property owner misses a tax payment, is in danger of losing their home to a tax sale. Lisa Bodette helped arrange a meeting where we discussed this issue earlier today. And thanks also to all the Sycamore residents who've been assisting the affected family.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Landman.
Thank you very much. First, I'd also like to extend thank you to County Council Member Stewart for the legislation that she is promoting to help families who wind up with their vehicles being impounded due to the actions of immigration enforcement, to ensure that when that happens to them, those families are not disadvantaged by ownership and title issues and unable to get their cars back. I really appreciate her taking that step in response to concerns that have been raised in our community. I want to encourage everybody to enjoy some beautiful free music this weekend on March 21st at 7 p.m. The Arco Voce Chamber Ensemble will be playing a concert. The music is entitled From Imperial Russia. I'm not sure if they chose that theme before the current political situation developed, but in any event, the music will be beautiful. It will be at 7 p.m. It's free. It's at the Tacoma Park Presbyterian Church on Tulip Avenue, 310 Tulip Avenue, the corner of Tulip and Maple, and it's a beautiful space, so we could all use a little music in our lives. It's Saturday, March 21st, 7 p.m. And the Fix-It Clinic will also be on Saturday at the Public Library from 3 to 5 p.m. Bring your broken stuff and have your neighbors help you fix it for free. And I also want to point out to people that the community conversation is being convened at the library this Saturday afternoon as well by the local organizations who are assisting many of our immigrant friends and neighbors with the problems that they face, and to encourage elected officials and others to join the community, Tacoma Park Silver Spring Community Safety Group at that gathering at the public library. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Councilmember DeBala, is that an old light?
Very quickly, I'd like to thank Councilmember Schlegel for bringing up the fair this weekend, and to note that the city is going to have a booth there, and that there'll be information about the city's Green Businesses and Homes Grant Program, which is open right now. There's also information on the city website about that. So just to amplify the comments, thank you for bringing it up.
I'm sorry, I forgot to give the time for the community conversation. Apologies. That'll be at the public library from 12:15 to 2:15 on this Saturday, March 21st. And you can just hang around and have your broken stuff fixed right after that at the Fix-It Clinic.
Thank you all very much. So I'm going to piggyback off of the multiple piggybacks. Also, our sustainability office will is organizing a field trip for residents who want to travel together to the Healthy Homes Fair. They will meet outside the Tacoma Metro gates at 12:30 p.m. on Saturday. So if you want to Metro instead of bike, there's an option for that. I just want to thank the kindergarten teachers at New Hampshire Estates Elementary School. I had the pleasure last week of speaking to about 80 kindergartners. It was awesome. They came in batches of 20. I learned a lot about the joys of kindergarten, and they learned a lot about the city of Tacoma Park and what the mayor does. And I will say, because I do have the police chief in the back, when I asked the kindergartners what did they want to be, the number of little ones that said police. So I told the kindergarten teachers, I said, I've got to get our police department out here with the cars, because there were so many that said police. So we're gonna have to arrange that when the weather breaks. We gotta get the lights going at New Hampshire Estates Elementary School. I was also invited to a donut party, which made me believe that I did a good job. I also want to thank the students at Montgomery Blair High School, the CAP program. Last week had a chance to talk to them as well. I was in a difficult position because I was the last speaker before karaoke. No, but I did stick around to see what songs they would pick. And to my surprise, the early 2000 picks were met with a lot of, I don't know that. And I said, ooh, Poker Face, Lady Gaga, you don't know that? Ooh. So it did make me feel quite old. But it was a wonderful opportunity to engage with so many fantastic faculty at our high school and elementary schools, and the amazing students and parents that are shepherding them through. So thank you all to everyone that had invited me out to speak last week. In terms of what is coming up next, as a reminder for my colleagues, tomorrow is an MML chapter meeting. That is at 6:30 tomorrow via Zoom. So just want to remind folks to check your inboxes about that. On Saturday, there's a lot of things that are going on Saturday. There is also the Tacoma Park Opioid Awareness Summit that will be at 10 a.m. Here in the from 10 until 2. And then there's was already mentioned the TPSS-CSN community conversation that is happening, as well as the Healthy Homes Fair. So there's just a lot of things that are happening and overlapping, either in the auditorium or just across the city. So definitely want to encourage people to come out and partake of some of the wonderful information sharing that's happening throughout the city. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to the city manager, Councilmember Honzak.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Thank you. Real quick, if I can just interject. I just wanted to speak, Ms. Wallace, you made a comment about different council members. I appreciate you acknowledging some of us going for the Academy of Excellence, but I want to acknowledge all of my colleagues. I think everyone that is sitting up here, we are given the wonderful opportunity, and thank you, Tacoma Park residents, for paying the bill, for us to go get educated every year, a few different times of year. There's the National League of Cities and the Maryland Municipal League Conference that happens a couple times of year, and we get to go to one of these at least once a year. And I think everyone up here has been able to take advantage of that, including those who were not named, including my colleague, Councilmember Gilbert. So I just want to acknowledge the education that everyone is partaking of, and we do appreciate residents for helping make sure that we are able to get that kind of education, whether we've been able to make time for it or have the budget for it before we join council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanzak. And with that, I'll turn things over to City Manager DeSpirito.
Mayor, if I may, just a
Yes.
quick comment.
Mhm.
I just want to publicly wish Jessie Carpenter her birthday. It is a milestone. I won't say what milestone, but I just want to say happy birthday to Jessie, and that's why she's not here. She actually took some time off, which I'm glad because it's well deserved.
Thank you very much. But I know that Jesse will likely be watching. So if everyone will just partake of a
I just
quick
publicly embarrassed her.
singing happy birthday to our city clerk, just to publicly embarrass her a little bit.
And embarrass her.
But also because we know she's watching, because Jessie just works like that. It's horrible. If she's not going to watch it tonight, she will be watching it eventually. And so with that, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jessie. Happy birthday to you. Awesome. Y'all sound great. And so now we will finally make it to City Manager DeSpirito for City Manager comments.
Well, I can't really top that, but I'll, not likely. From the, just a brief report this evening, given we got a late start. Housing and Community Development Department reports that on Friday, March 20th at 7:30 at the Community Center here. Please join us for an evening of poetry, music, and spoken word, where more than a dozen local poets and musicians will share their talents that embrace a sense of sanctuary and community. This free event is organized by Tacoma Park Poet Laureate David Alberto Fernandez, the city's Tacoma Park Arts Series, and Vocal Tacoma. Donations will be collected to support We Are CASA, a nationwide nonprofit organization that builds power and improves the quality of life in working class, Black, Latino, Afro-descendant, Indigenous, and immigrant communities. From Recreation Department. The Recreation Department's teen program has been very active this school year. Between after-school activities and the teen lounge, trips, classes, and consistent teen nights each month, teens have had tons of opportunities to get out and have fun. The next teen night will be held on April 17th, where they will get to enjoy food, music, and an immersive gaming experience with Next Level Gaming. The annual Egg Hunt is right around the corner. This year's event will be held on Saturday, April 4th at Ed Wilhelm Field. This year's event will have a photo booth, games, roving entertainers, balloon twisters, face painters, touch a truck, and crafts. For more information, please contact John Webster at johnw@tacomaparkmd.gov. Spring break is the week of March 30th. The Recreation Department still has spaces in their youth basketball skills camp at the Recreation Center and the teen camp here at the Community Center. You may register at tacomaparkmd.gov/activenet. From the Police Department, and Mayor Searcy alluded to it, the Opioid Awareness and Harm Reduction Community Event will be March 21st from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Come here to the Community Center Auditorium to engage with panels of experts and advocates to hear what's being done to further reduce harm and what you can do as a concerned citizen to help save lives. Attendees can also learn how to properly administer Narcan and basic first aid. You can also tour Montgomery County's COPE trailer. We ask that you register in advance using the link in tomorrow's posted city manager comments. And the next National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day is on Saturday, April 25th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Turn in your unused or expired medication to the Tacoma Park Police Department at 7500 Maple Avenue for safe disposal. And per Councilmember Hanzak had alluded to the exciting news that we have onboarded a brand new HR director, a human resources director for the city, Tia Halstead. We welcome you. I'll just say publicly a few things. And Tia, you are welcome to come forward if you wish. I'd love for folks that aren't here in the auditorium to be able to see you. There you go. Tia was selected through a highly competitive recruitment process that drew over 60 exceptional applicants. The interview panelists included city management, members of the senior leadership team, and a union representative. Tia rose to the top based on her depth of experience, leadership strength, and demonstrated ability to build effective, service-oriented HR teams. Tia joins the city from Arlington Public Schools, Arlington, Virginia, where she served as Executive Director of Human Resources and Operations. In that role, Tia led the organization's strategic vision and operational planning efforts that supported the success of students, parents, staff, board members, and the broader community. With more than 20 years of HR experience, Tia brings deep expertise in talent management, employee engagement, employee relations, compensation and benefits, payroll administration, licensure and certification, and performance management. Tia has a proven track record of streamlining HR operations, strengthening organizational culture, and aligning workforce strategies with long-term goals. So with that, again, I would like to introduce Tia and once again, welcome you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. I am so looking forward to serving our employees and our community. We're already getting started with a lot of great work and a great partnership. So again, thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to the great work we'll continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we are very excited to have you here in the city of Tacoma Park.
Thank you so much.
And that concludes my report.
Great. Well, next we're going to move to presentation time. The first item is update on the mental health pilot program.
Good evening. I am, can you guys hear me? Okay. I'm Zmara Habte. I'm the Deputy City Manager. And tonight we're doing a presentation on the mental health pilot program. Just a brief introduction. This is a 15-minute presentation. The mayor is holding me to that, and I am timing myself. So please hold your questions to the end. I also want to share that I am joined by colleagues from the police department, Chief Duvall, Deputy Chief Philippos, and Matt, who is a commander of support services. Also with us online are our county partners. I don't believe Monica is on, but Dernay Hill, who is a senior administrator for Crisis Intake Trauma Services. Beth Tebenchek, I'm so sorry, Beth, is a manager, also a licensed therapist, and Louis Norden, who is also a licensed therapist and the supervisory therapist. Just a quick overview. This presentation is the intent of this presentation is to provide counsel and the viewing public an overview of the program and data points over the past 3 months, because we have only been collecting data for the past 3 months because we've only had the full pilot program in October. That's when we've launched it, even though we've had an agreement for some time. So just, let's see. Okay, can you guys, okay, I can see it now. So just,
I'm sorry, Deputy City Manager, is it possible for you to change this into presentation mode?
oh, I'm sorry. How about now?
There you go.
Is it better? Okay. All right, so I'm not going to read over this, but essentially what we have is a community-oriented policing, which focuses on building trust between law enforcement and communities. They serve, it integrates mental health professionals to respond to crisis and behavioral health. This is considered the best practice, and it creates opportunity for deeper collaboration between the community, the police department, and residents. The presentation, again, will provide an overview of the city's mental health pilot program. Just one more thing. Thank you for the comments that I received from the council members. I was able to respond to some, but not others due to timing constraints, but I will respond at a later time. These are just some common terminologies. I'm not going to read them because they're on the presentation. You will see the words collateral, PD consult, and EEP in a later part of the presentation. Just some background, the city and county executed an agreement in 2023 in which the county would provide 2 clinicians funded by the city for 2 years. The city also provides office space for administrative work and office equipment. As some of you may be aware, the city faced challenges in hiring as we were not able to find qualified candidates for a while. The city hired its first clinician in mid-2024 and a second clinician in August of 2025. We also had staffing change in 2025, causing us another delay to the implementation and due to the vacancy. Then in October, we were able to identify 2 part-time clinicians who have since joined us, and I forgot to introduce them earlier. It's Yolanda Pearson is our full-time clinician, Audrey Doug is our clinician who's here part-time, and then Karen Barris, who's also a part-time clinician. Back to the program. So once we had the 2 part-time clinicians, that allowed us to have an FTE, and so this is the first time since 2023 that we've had 2 FTEs, 2 full-time equivalent, and therefore allowing us to launch the pilot program. The city uses both co-respondent, which means clinician and police, and clinician-only model depending on the matter. As far as the access and program structure, you guys saw this in our last presentation a few weeks ago. This here only is meant to illustrate how residents who are seeking mental health services can seek and connect. So most of the calls come through TP Police. Sometimes they may come through other departments. I have HCD listed here just because of the social services, social work types of work that is embedded in housing. So the calls can come in any other department, TPD, and then they are connected with mental health clinicians, though not directly. But again, this is just to show how residents often reach to the mental health clinicians. The decision tree, again, this is just meant for internal. The idea here is if it's during office hours, meaning generally our staff is here from 8:30 to 6 p.m. Sometimes they're here as early as 7:30. So if it's during normal business hours between 8:30 and 6, calls would be directed to the mental health clinicians. If it's after, it would go to County Crisis Center, and if it's imminent danger, it would go to 911. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is a bit hard to read, but I have a different one. Okay. Let me unshare. Just some context on this. We were struggling to make it fit, to make it readable. So if you have the print copy, you can turn it over. But this is just a flow of how the process works. This is very general. It doesn't cover every scenario. There could be, 10 different scenarios. But this is meant to be a very general overview of how the calls would typically happen. So where it would start is with a call, and calls can be made by the person seeking the assistance themselves. It could be by collateral, which is a family, friend, or anybody else that sees there is a need for a crisis call. So the call would either go to, would come to the dispatch. Dispatch would then triage the call. And it's important that it goes through dispatch because our dispatchers are trained to do this screening. They want to make sure that they ask the right questions for safety of the person that is in need, their families and whoever they're with, and our staff. So that's why it has to go through the dispatch. And then from there, once the dispatchers triage, it can be in any one of these. It could be police-led, it could be co-respondent, in which police and clinicians join, tackle it together, or it could just be clinician only. And then depending on that, these other things happen. So if it's police-led, obviously the police would go. If it's a co-respondent and the clinician is the lead, then the clinician would take the lead. And if it's clinician only, there's still assessment, there's still back and forth with police because police are an important part. From there, then it whittles down depending on what the clinician comes up with. It could be a decision tree of, are there safety decisions that need to be made? Does police need to get involved? And then, or is the clinical decision, are they stabilized on site or are they sent to a referral for more assistance? And then resolve, which means on-site stabilization, whether it's crisis center or other hospital emergency room. And then follow-up. The follow-up would generally consist of follow-up with family, healthcare resources, hospitals, crisis center, shelter, and connecting and pointing the callers to the right service. Throughout all this, it's important to share that the clinicians are supervised by a licensed county therapist, and that is Lewis Norden is the supervisor. Okay. So again, we talked about this earlier. So the next part is the data, facts and figures. Again, as I stated earlier, we started collecting data on December 1st. And so the data that you're seeing here is very limited through February 28th. So we fielded 89 calls. And if you divide that by the number of days, work days, there were about 62 days or so. So that's about 1.4 calls per day during this short period. So what we've been collecting since then is the time in which the calls are initiated, the type and method of contact, the response model used, and the incident type. So with that, Councilmember Hanzak, we added the numbers. Thank you. So we have here the times of the calls. A lot of the calls seem to come between 10 a.m. to between 10 and 1. We had the highest call volume, 37 calls. And then the next highest call is between 1 and 3. So we can say that a lot of the calls are coming between 10 and 4. And then we have a few calls after 4, 7, and then a few calls between 10 calls between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. This graph here it shows the response contact by type. So in this, we show 35, which is the highest one, as a collateral call. This type of call indicates how clinician interacted with the client or interested parties, such as hospitals and families or shelter. The clinicians log these contacts based on whether they are new client or collateral party follow-up. The majority of the clinicians' contacts involve following up with the collateral, which is again 35, to provide assistance and resources. And then the second highest contact, as I mentioned, is our clinicians providing resources and support to PD staff, and that is the 24. Next, we have the response model type. So of the 89 calls, the majority of our calls, 51, almost 52% or 46 is clinicians only. The next highest, 27 or 30% is the co-respondent, which is police and clinicians. And 15 calls or 16.9, 17% is not applicable. And then the green, just, it's so small, it doesn't have a number. Okay, and then this final graph here is incident type. So follow-up requests were highest incident type calls 62 times or 70%, almost 71%. The clinicians were utilizing were used to either provide resources or information after an incident conclusion. 6 or 6.8 incidents were the result of the EEP, resulted in an EEP. There were 6 incidents or 6.8% incidents in which the clinicians provided on-scene support, crisis, family support. There were 4 incidents or 4.5 where clinicians provided outreach supports, and the clinicians logged 4 training dates. We're going to continue. So like I said earlier, we just started collecting the data. We are looking to, and we're exploring at the data points to see if there's more that we need to collect or if we need to refine it, with the idea that we want to collect data that is going to help inform any improvements to the program and understanding the successes and challenges as we look to improve the program. It's early. So then next steps, April 2025, the city submitted a funding application for 1-year funding through the federal earmark process. We were notified of the earmark allocation in February 2026. The city anticipates connecting with its federal partners over the next few weeks. The city, we continue to seek funding from Montgomery County for FY27 and beyond. And the city and county will tentatively be executing a new MOA in 2027, which starts in July 1. We are currently operating on the FY26 MOA, which expires at the end of June. And with that, I went a few minutes over. I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you so much for this presentation and for the county staff that's available tonight. I know it's a late hour. A few questions I have are more technical, and I can send these comments to you later. One of the things that I struggled with a little bit in the presentation is following your denominator. So when we are talking about like the number of reports on slide 13, for example, it seems like we're only talking about those reports that came in that, are we saying, involved the counselors directly during normal business hours? Because when I'm counting up the hours here, it seems like this is from like 7 a.m. until like 7 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not necessarily talking about a full day. We're talking about within normal business hours. And I just want to make sure that when we're thinking through these data, that the right context is provided. So if this is a smaller subset, so in going back to the prior, a couple of the slides prior, when you were kind of walking through the decision tree, it was really clear that there may be calls that come in during off hours that the police department is responding to. I don't know to what extent those calls may need to have some additional follow-up by our mental health counselors, and to what extent we're tracking that. And then also for those calls that may be that happen during off hours and individuals are going to 311, which I'm not exactly sure. That a separate question is, how does 988 play into this, right? Because I'm not seeing that. You know, how does all of those different pieces come together? Because as I'm looking through the data, I'm a little nervous that we may be under-reporting the overall breadth of the work that we're doing, because we are limited to such a short amount of working hours, when I'm assuming our counselors are also involved after, like, follow-up on cases that may have come up during non-office hours, if that makes sense.
Do you want me to, so this, and correct me if I'm wrong, this data here is, we're not yet collecting for calls that come in after hours. This is only data during the limited time, limited 8 hours or so that we have clinicians on site. That's all this is measuring.
Correct. And what I'm saying is that we need to be mindful of the fact that that could potentially have a view that the overall work that's being done is less than what it is. Because if we're only accounting for the reports that happen by the clinicians during normal business hours, and I'm not exactly sure if we're also including the co-responses here or just the counselor solo reports. I'm just trying to make sure that we're thinking through the full breadth of the work that's going into this pilot, and that we're not inadvertently selling ourselves short through the data by just honing it in to what is in essence a sliver of the full breadth of the work that's being done.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if I can just, you're absolutely correct. The information that's being provided is just for us to understand during that percentage of time what calls could be diverted to the mental health counselors only, which calls could be a co-responder model. We still absolutely capture the calls that fall outside of that zone. So for example, during the pilot program, there were on average 1.4 calls per day, but that was only during that 8-hour period. So we absolutely, so when the final report is submitted, or the report is submitted, it will have hours from within the actual pilot time when the counselors were working, but it will also have a comparison of the calls that fell outside of that. They won't necessarily go into the graphs or to the percentages of how many calls could be diverted, because that's what we really want to know. The goal in this is to divert as many calls for service as possible to that clinician-only response. So we're absolutely capturing that data as well. That data will be shown. So what you'll see is the documentation for this is the time which the counselors were available, but we also had this many calls outside of that scope. They won't go into the percentage of calls, because we didn't want to skew the percentages by having the 24-hour period there, and then it would show that a lot more calls for service were handled by police that wouldn't necessarily been handled if we had the counselors.
I mean, I understand that dilemma, but it could also, given that this is a pilot, if there are more calls that are coming in during those non-office hours, then having that data could also state the case for maybe having additional counselors that might be able to respond at night or overnight, because that's when some of these things may more likely kick up. So I'm just trying to encourage us to think more about how all of this fits together and not necessarily just kind of compartmentalize ourselves. And the 988, how, I know that one part of the pilot was to really see how to help with dispatching and coordinating 988 calls that may come through in addition to the 911 calls. How has that been something that the pilot is working on as well? And if so, how is that going so far?
Traditionally, the way this initial pilot is working is calls that come in through the traditional 911 system. 988 is set up, but that is more of a triage. It's not necessarily a response protocol. Like this pilot is a response protocol. It is trying to figure out how do we put together a program for mental health response. 988 is a component, but 988 calls for service that are responded to via this model wouldn't necessarily come in through 988. There are very few, I don't think any of these calls would. I can give you an example of how it might come in through 988. Someone calls in and they're in one of the wards in the city, and they talk to a 988 clinician, and they determine that they're a risk to themselves. Normally that 988 clinician would call the local 911, and it would be the same kind of triage that we would do for any other service call if it came in from a family member or so on and so forth. All of the calls that come in, all of our staff have been trained, our supervisors and our dispatchers, to triage those for ones that can have a co-responder model or ones that need clinicians only. For example, if there's a weapon involved, if there's a history of violence, it's gonna have a police officer response. But if it's merely a call where my son doesn't wanna get up to go to school, he's been depressed, and no, it's gonna be a clinician only. So 988 does have a part in the overall mental health scope, but not necessarily directly in what we're trying to gauge in this pilot, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that does. And again, this is just my other life talking, so forgive me. One of the goals of 988 is to, you're right, to refer, like provide folks with those referrals, but it is also designed to really try to help decrease stigma and increase people's willingness to call a number. So I would expect that if you have more folks using 988, just as a more regular aspect of when you're in mental health crises, then you would inadvertently start to see more referrals to 911 as a result of 988. And so that's the thing that I was trying to see whether or not this pilot could kind of help us with identifying. And it could just be the case that no, the system isn't set up to where you can compartmentalize those calls that are routed to 911 from 988. We just get them as a 911 call. But my hope at the time was that, this could also lead to an increase in volume as greater use of 988 increases.
Yeah, you bring up a valid point. Just for background, we can track. So the way the calls come in can be tracked. So the example I gave for 988 being transferred to 911, we can set up a criteria where it was generated through a 988 initial call as opposed to a call from a resident. That's definitely something that we can set up. And I agree with you, it's a critical component of trying to combine the two. Because the goal, in addition to taking police out of this, is to reduce the stigma for mental health. So people feel more comfortable in reaching out, whether it be a family member, whether it be an individual who's in crisis. So it's a work in progress. Our pilot is probably 3-4 months into fruition. So we're going to work through, and any suggestions that we may have, you can send them to the deputy city manager, and we can definitely incorporate them into the program.
Awesome. Yeah, if there was a way that we can kind of tag those calls, that would be great, because then that way you could also see if you get a bunch of them late at night, that also will kind of help to identify where the need is. Councilmember Landman.
Thank you so much to both of you for this. I had the exact same area that I wanted to explore that I think the mayor has been asking you about, and that has to do with when I'm looking at the chart about the times when things are initiated. Since this is a pilot, I imagine one of the things we're thinking about is when is it most effective to have our mental health clinicians available? And unless we were to see what's going on during those other hours, in other words, if during the other hours when people are being referred directly to the crisis center, it would be extremely helpful to know how many of those things are going on during the non-business hours. I mean, in other words, if indeed we are missing the lion's share of the people who could benefit from this service, because the lion's share of the calls come in during non-business hours, then it would sort of make sense to consider whether in the next phase of the pilot, we were trying to staff this in a different way, with the timing being different. If there's almost nobody calling in during certain hours and tons of people calling in during those other hours. So I feel as though it would be helpful for a data point that we would include here to be how many calls that require mental health clinician interventions are happening during those off hours that would be within the four corners of Tacoma Park. Otherwise, we don't really know whether we're aiming at the minor target or the major target, really. It may be, the cost would obviously be different to staff it during the middle of the night, but if it's, if that's when the live issues occur, we should at least know that so that we can make a conscious decision. I hope am I being clear about what it is I'm driving at? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think as I shared earlier, we're in the very early stages of the reporting, and we are looking at the data points that we need to collect. You know, maybe there are more other data points that we need to look into and explore to help inform how to structure or how to improve the program. So thank you for those comments that you've all provided so far.
And just to be clear, the goal is for us with this pilot to provide data to the county for a possible county-wide program. The goal is to have these services 24/7. Just so for background, if our clinicians aren't working, if we do need a mental health clinician, there are times that the county clinicians are working. But understand, they are not in our pilot program, so they would be responding in the traditional response mode protocol. So as the deputy city manager said, it's very important that, as all of you say, that all of the data is collected for a better understanding of the need, whether it be from the hot spots or from 4 p.m. to 12 or whatever it may be. So duly noted, and we can definitely figure out how to do that.
And we do have county staff. I would feel horrible if they showed up this late and we didn't ask a single question. So in terms of the county's approach, do you all have data around peak hours for your counselors in terms of whether or not you're seeing a greater need later in the evenings, overnights, or not? It would be helpful for me to get a better idea of kind of what you're seeing
Sure.
countywide.
Good evening, Dornay Hill, Senior Administrator, Crisis Intake and Trauma Services. I'm bringing you greetings on behalf of our Chief, Monica Martin, who had a family emergency and was unable to attend. I oversee all of the crisis programs for the county. And yes, our heaviest volume time is actually Monday through Friday, 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. We only have one team overnight from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. And we have not seen that need increase enough to incorporate another team overnight. We have 7 mobile crisis teams across the county right now. But let me rephrase that. We have 7 teams during our most busiest times, 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. Otherwise, we have 3 teams and then 1 team overnight and 1 team on the weekends.
Great. Thank you so much for that. That
Sure.
is really helpful. Councilmember Westlake?
Thank you. And I think that my comment question might best be fielded by maybe you, Ms. Hill. I'm really happy to see the response model chart and to see that more than half of the time it has been a clinician-only response. But I'm a little concerned with the one green sliver of clinician-only police added after contact. So I guess to ask you, Ms. Hill, or another colleague there, like, is this about a ratio that is common, that about half the times it could be a clinician only, or I'm just curious.
Councilmember Wesley, can I just interject? Their pilot only has a co-responder model. Our pilot is the only one that's doing the testing. So all of their responses involve police with them.
No, they actually with your staff or with my staff. I'm sorry, with the Tacoma Park clinicians.
Yeah, we were talking. I think Councilmember Westlake may have been asking about countywide, and I just wanted to clarify what your response protocol was compared to this pilot program. So if you can clarify that, that would be helpful.
Sure, absolutely. So our response is we have a tiered, a common triage and dispatch protocol. So our goal for our county executive is to have more clinician led. So police only go out if there is a need for, there's a safety concern, there's weapons that in the home, is there a history in the last 6 months of violence, things like that. Otherwise, and Beth can chime in as well. This is her, she runs this program every day. But we're seeing about a third, and a third, right? A third of our responses are without police and we never need them. A third are a co-response where we are going with the police, or the police are on scene and call us out to assist them. And the other third is where we go first, which is representative of the slither that you see. And then we have to call police for assistance. Most of the times when we're going first and have to call police for assistance is because we are doing an emergency evaluation petition and only police officers can transport those clients to the local hospital for assessment.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Schlegel?
Thank you. This is really helpful. I just wondered how the communication and the protocols are developing and whether there have been any adjustments that needed to be made, like in terms of how, if officers arrive on a scene, how do they make a determination that it might be a mental health issue, either at the moment or an ongoing issue? I guess one question I have related to that is, if someone seems to be having a substance abuse addiction problem and officers have encountered them repeatedly, does that become a mental health clinician possible referral?
Not necessarily. We had, just for background, all of the staff involved in the program were given extensive training, our dispatchers and all of our officers, on this new pilot program. We'd be happy to share those modules with you so you can see specifically the training that they went through. But for example, the police officer example, if a police officer is in the field and they encounter someone who they believe is in mental health crisis, they are going to automatically contact our counselors to come out, or if they're not working, other counselors. But just merely a substance abuse program or issue doesn't necessarily automatically trigger, but when there's a combination, normally when there's a substance abuse problem, and I'll allow Dornay or someone else from the county to speak from the technical standpoint, we find that there's also a mental health component, but I'll let one of them speak specifically on their thoughts on that particular.
Beth, would you like to speak or would you like me to continue talking? That's up to you. Oh, we can't hear you. That's okay. I think her camera just froze. All right. So what we do, our mobile crisis outreach teams are a behavioral health response. So anything that's a crisis, whether it's substance abuse, mental health, we have peer support specialists that are incorporated into the other mobile crisis teams across the county, and they do assessments, get people to treatment, stay engaged with them, trying to motivate them for change. So we have changed our model. It's not just mental health, it's behavioral health, and that incorporates the full scope of someone's needs.
Thank you. So is that part of the model we're aiming to move towards here with our program in terms of behavioral health?
Absolutely. So our counselors, just for background, are actually Montgomery County counselors, so they work through that. So any response protocol that Montgomery County had, our counselors would have the same.
Thank you so much, Dornay, and that aligns with what many states across the country and what many counties are doing in terms of how they're addressing behavioral health more holistically, because the co-occurrence rate is extremely high, and in many cases, in my other life, I presented today at the Maternal Mental Health Forum, because in many instances, people who are suffering from mental health issues often will self-medicate through illicit substances, and therefore that's why you have such a high rate of co-occurrence between the two. So definitely appreciate you highlighting that point, that behavioral health includes both substance use treatment as well as mental health support.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you. I'm going to try to limit my questions. I have so many, and maybe part of it is just my confusion over how this works. Let me start with sort of better understanding the model. So, and I think I was trying to follow just a moment ago, Miss Hill, what you were describing. So, but maybe I don't know who to ask this question of. So, so a call comes into dispatch. Maybe it's one of our officers communicating with dispatch, or it's a resident. What happens then? Did I just understand you, Chief, to say that all of the calls that come into our dispatch are are always going to be a co-responder model, but then I'm super confused where I got lost there when there was sort of a different, there's a third of the cases are not co-responders. So help me out. I'm very confused.
So let me just be clear on what I'll speak specifically to our program. And sorry if I
But
caused
this
some
data
confusion.
is our program.
Yeah,
Yes. Okay.
Let me speak
Yeah.
specifically to our program.
Okay.
What happens if a call for service comes into our dispatch center? It is then triaged for response protocol. If there, as Dornay said, if there are weapons involved, if there's a history of violence, it will be a co-responder model. If it is an active shooting with mental health, it's going to be police only. So what we're trying to do is triage the call as it comes in. As you can see by the percentages, a large percentage are calls that we triage and are able to be dispatched with just clinicians. And just to be clear, it's not just one clinician. It's two clinicians that go on calls. It's not just one. It's two that go on. So there's two people on each call. So I think it would be very helpful if we provide the training that we provided. It will show you exactly how we triage calls. So when we trained our dispatchers, it has the specific training. So we can get those modules that we can provide to you all, and then you can understand exactly what the screening is that a dispatcher will do when they get a call for service as to whether or not they're going to dispatch it to a police officer only, co-responder model, or clinician only. I think that it'd probably be much more helpful to see it visually. If that
that makes more sense. I found the decision trees to be a little confusing about sort of who's talking, who's deciding what. But assuming we're usually talking about dispatch and the way that calls come in, I'm just confused about why. For a second there, I heard you say, "Oh, all of our calls are co-responder." Can you?
When I
What
was
did you
referring to
mean?
that, not all of our calls, I was under the impression the former response model by the county was that for any call for service involving a clinician, a police officer had to accompany them on a police call. It appears that has now been adjusted, and they don't have that
But
same.
what does the county have to do with our dispatch? Because don't all 911 calls come into our local dispatch?
Just for clarification, the question was pertaining about the percentage of calls. I thought Councilmember Westlick was asking about the percentage of calls that could be diverted to a co-responder model or a clinician-only model. And I was responding specifically to my understanding of what the county model was, not our model, if that makes sense.
Sort of. Am I the only one who's lost here?
So the question that was raised
Yeah.
was whether or not the split that you see here on the screen
Right.
in terms of the proportion of the responses that are clinician only versus co-responder, whether or not that aligns with the county. And what the chief was saying was, oh no, they have a co-responder model only. But what Dornay explained was that actually no, they
Oh,
do
okay. I
have
thought it
a
was in
mix.
reference to our own department. Okay, no,
No.
so so I just want to make sure that this data is really our department. I got lost there. Okay, so we do clinician-only dispatch right now, sometimes.
Absolutely.
Okay,
That
I
that you're seeing
just
is
wanted to
solely
make
out
sure
of
that
our-
I'm really hearing that correctly. Okay, so, and if that's the case, I guess I wonder if you could speak just a little bit. I know this is very early days, but are you seeing a pause a little bit in just kind of, I guess I had always understood that when we did a dispatch, that pretty quickly, because these calls happen very fast, sort of all three arms generally go out on a call, ambulance, fire, and police. And maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's not how that works. So they have time to kind of make that clarity and just go clinician only without an additional pause being added? I guess that's an interesting question to me. Or do we know yet?
All of these questions are traditionally asked on all calls for service. Are weapons
Okay.
involved? That's a traditional questions that we ask.
Before the service request gets
Absolutely.
pressed.
I mean,
Okay.
they may be, before we
Okay.
dispatch a call for service, whether it be a domestic violence call, we're going to ask, are weapons
Okay.
involved? We're going to ask, is alcohol and are drugs
I see.
involved? Those are traditional questions that are always asked by our dispatcher. So
Okay.
we're not adding a new component in. What we're adding, though, is how we triage that.
Yeah.
If this, then this. That's the little bit
Okay.
different. Because before, we're still going to dispatch an officer regardless of if a weapon is involved. But now that we're trying to divert the calls, we really want to know the circumstances. But it's not necessarily a change in the questions we ask on the front end.
Okay, thank you. So then, can it go so I
I'm
wanna-
really sorry,
No,
Councilmember
that's
Honzak,
right.
but we have gone over on this
Okay,
conversation by
okay, I
multiple
just know-
times.
Okay,
but-
all right, can I just clarify on the 988, because I think there was one issue, and I'll stop there.
Okay.
For 988 then, have you gotten any calls that are going the other direction? When the mayor initially asked her call, I understood her to say that, that it could go the opposite direction from what you were describing. You said it could come from 988, but are you able to triage from 911 to 988? Is that part of your capacity?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Landman, I see your hand, but I want to get Councilmember Gilbert, and then we're going to have to move on, if that's okay. Is this a follow-up question?
It is.
Can it be one single question, very quick?
Yes, one single question. This pilot was supposed to be unique in that we would have the two mental health clinicians respond, and that was going to differentiate it from the county program. So what Ms. Hill told us tonight seems like a significant change, and I just wanted clarification on that because, I mean, I'm interested to know the county is now doing that, but does that signal a change in the initial plan for the pilot, which I thought we were the only ones piloting the two clinicians? So that could be a mistake on my part. That's my question, to understand that better.
I don't know what the county policy currently is. It was my understanding as of recently that it was a police officer was required. Dornay or someone can touch on what their response protocol is. What we're trying to do in this program, as I said earlier, is with this specific pilot, literally come up with a triage program so we can understand how many calls can be diverted, so police do not need to be involved. There's less stigma in the mental health response protocol. So we're still doing that regardless of what the county is going to do. We were hopeful that our data would be able to be provided to the county for a countywide model. We're still going to provide that information, but I can't speak specifically because I'm not fully aware of what the current county response model is. It seems like it has changed from what my understanding of it was.
Okay. And Ms. Hill, is there a follow-up to that point?
Yes, our common triage and dispatch protocol, Beth and Lou, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe I implemented it with McGeo, our union representatives, and county council and HR approval. I believe it was 2022, 2023, 2022, correct?
I believe that's correct. You're
22,
muted,
right?
Beth.
Beth, you're muted, I'm sorry.
Okay. And so that would mean that it probably came a little after we started this pilot, if I'm remembering correctly, because we started this pilot using ARPA funds.
Yeah, and I don't know specifically if the county is capturing data at the way we are. I don't know exactly if it sounds to me like it may be somewhat similar. Dornay can speak to whether or not they are capturing data. The goal in all of this, when we initially started this, as I said, it was at that point, it was a police officer had to respond to every case. The goal, and if we're piggybacking off of what they're doing, I think our data is still very important, and it can be accumulated with whatever they're gathering. And Dornay can speak specifically to you if they're gathering the same data we are, and so on and so forth.
I think it will be useful. Again, we've gone over on this conversation. I want to give Councilmember Gilbert his opportunity. I think it would be really helpful for staff to have some communications with the county staff to just make sure that everyone's on the same page in terms of data that's being collected in the city, ways in which it can be potentially modified, as well as how it aligns with the county's protocol current and what we knew their protocols were at the time in which we started this project, just to ensure that we're all speaking the same language and we end up with data that could be very useful for not just the city and management of mental health services, behavioral health services across the city, but also as it relates to informing the county. Councilmember Gilbert.
Thanks, Mayor. I was going to ask this question for clarification to make sure my colleagues were aware, but since I've been gone so long, I'm not even sure. But do we still have a criteria for officer-only emergency petitions where they don't use the clinicians and they make the determination themselves? And what that criteria is, maybe you can explain that real quick so we understand that there are those responses where just police only.
Absolutely. We do have some that are police only. Some of them are obviously during the off hours when they're not working, but some of them are just so extremely violent that you can't insert a clinician into that. Someone may have a weapon, someone may be actively fighting the police, and that may not necessarily be something that the response protocol would be to have the clinicians respond to the scene. They would still be involved in the aftermath and trying to provide services, but not necessarily maybe the direct response protocol to the scene, if that makes sense.
Makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you all very much for this great presentation. It's lots of food for thought, and definitely look forward to continuing to work with our county partners as we continue to make progress in terms of our pilot program and hopefully addressing providing better behavioral health services within the city and the county as a whole. So thank you all so much for staying up with us late. I apologize for the delay, and we appreciate and look forward to continuing to work with you all.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. The next item is the Police Department Annual Report.
While City TV is pulling that up, I do want to just first and foremost, we would love to come to the elementary school. That is really good to hear that that number of young folks really want to be police officers, especially in that area during this time. One of the slides that I'm going to show during the PowerPoint presentation was one of our community events that we had that you attended, and that was our winter event with Santa at Chuck E. Cheese. And we had hundreds of families there. And I would almost say that the vast majority were undocumented families. And the way that we did a lot of the outreach to get the families there was through the schools. So it just really showed a lot of trust that our community have in our police department, that they would come and they wanted more pictures with us than they did with Santa. So that's just one example. I did want to touch on Mr. Huebner's comment about our vehicles. We do not have that many patrol vehicles. Some of the vehicles that may have been listed are vehicles that were replaced and had not been sold, so they were deadlined and out of service, but we absolutely can get you a full list. Just for example, we do have our sworn officers. We have 43 sworn allotment of officers, but we also have vehicles that our parking enforcement utilize. There are 2 vehicles. We also have our property and evidence van, and we also have our emergency response vehicle. So there are other vehicles in our fleet outside of just patrol vehicles, but we absolutely could get you a full list of what vehicles we currently have in operation. We also have the need for spare vehicles for our fleet. I don't know why I'm echoing, but so for example, when a police officer's vehicle, I'll give it a second. When a police officer's vehicle goes down for service, we need to have backup vehicles to be utilized. And that happens a lot, whether or not it's PM service, whether or not it's an accident. So we don't just have just the exact number of cars. We want to have extras for spares for the officers to utilize. But we'd be more than happy to provide. I think there's a briefing on the ERR and vehicle replacement. I want to say it is April 6th, but prior to that, we can give you a full list of the vehicles we actually have, the ones that have been deadline. Last year, we replaced a lot of vehicles, so we had a lot of vehicles that were still sitting on the lot that hadn't been sold. A lot of them have, but we just want to specifically, usually hovers in the mid-50 range about the number of vehicles we have for our entire fleet. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. We will go ahead and get into the police annual report. And I just want to preface this by the purpose of the annual report is to provide information about the police department, about crime in the city, accomplishments of the police department, and explain how every individual can partner with the police department to make our community safer. And I think that's really important. Community outreach, we've continued to cultivate relationships with our stakeholders and held a ward-specific meeting. We held a meeting in Ward 6. We're looking to have a meeting in Ward 2. We also had several community meetings in specific neighborhoods to address specific issues. Just so you understand, we don't necessarily need to have large meetings. We can meet in someone's living room about a specific problem. We've met at Montgomery College with a certain group of people. We like to have the ward meetings because those meetings can really touch on crime in the entire ward and answer questions about trends across the city. But we also really like to have the living room meetings. We haven't had a lot since COVID. So if you have a particular problem on your street, we're welcome to have those meetings as well, and you can just reach out to me or any of the staff members to have those. And you'll see in this lovely slide, a police car, I'm guessing retro 1970s maybe, and it looks like Carroll Avenue. Everyday Gourmet, those of you who have been around, you'll know where that spot is. I just touch on the mental health pilot. I won't get into too much detail, but we do have pictures of our clinicians, Ms. Duget, Ms. Barris, and Ms. Pearson. They are phenomenal staff. They are really, if you look at their bios on our website, they really have an extensive amount of experience in advocating for mental health causes. So we're very, very fortunate to have them. Ms. Pearson is our full-time clinician, and Ms. Duget and Ms. Barris they swap back and forth. And I just want to touch on staff diversity. I think that's really, really important. We have a picture of Ms. Joyce there doesn't have her new hip, but she looks great. Our department is extremely diverse. We speak 6 different languages. Almost 40% of our police department are fluent in Spanish. We have officers that speak Amharic, Russian, and a bunch of other languages. I think it's really important that the department is reflective of the community in which we serve. And I say this every time, it's just not about the diversity, it's about the quality of the people that we're hiring. People that come here want to be here. They want to be in the city of Tacoma Park because they like what we're doing. Many of you know that we've also signed the 30 by 30 pledge. We were one of the first departments to do that. That is a pledge that we will have 30% of our sworn workforce be female officers by the year 2030. We are about 22% right now. I think 5 of our last 8 police officers that were hired were female officers. And you'll see in the picture Officer Sims, you also see our Officer of the Year, Officer Ayala, and our civilian staff Person of the Year, Demetrius White. And like I say, community policing is what the cornerstone of what we do. We can't do what we do. We can't be successful without the collaborative problem solving of all of you. It is a collaborative effort. We are guardians. We are partners with the community. It is not the police against the community. It's us as one team. You can see some of our crossing guards and some of our civilian staff. It's really important. When we have these community events, you'll notice that it's all of our staff there. If you come to National Night Out, you'll see everyone from our dispatchers to the chief of police to our crossing guards. We really want everyone to know our community members. And I'll get into the crime in the city of Tacoma Park. I am very pleased to report that we had a 51% decrease in crime in the city last year. And I do want to caution the percentages because we have very low crime in the city. So I just want to give a comparison of the number of Part 1 crimes. And Part 1 crimes are the serious crimes, assaults, burglaries, larcenies, murders, etc. So the comparison is we had 664 Part 1 crimes reported in 2025 compared to about 1,300 in 2024. The decrease was mainly attributed to a reduction in larcenies, a reduction in burglaries, which were, burglaries were reduced by, I think, 56%, larcenies by 76%, and I'll get into some of the larceny reasons later on, and they're called Walgreens. Ward 6 saw the most significant reduction in crime, once again, Walgreens, with 74% reduction. The largest reduction, again, was with larcenies that went down from over 1,000 to 481 in 2025. Many of these larcenies were related to the Walgreens, and that was a perfect example of a partnership between the police department, city officials, and our business owners. Many of you know we had repetitive problems at that Walgreens. We would answer 4, 5, 6 calls for service a day at that particular Walgreens. With a partnership from the then ward council member, the mayor, the city manager, and the police department, we were able to meet with Walgreens officials and get them to do one simple solution, and that was provide armed security at that location. Since that has been done, we have seen a drastic reduction in the number of thefts directly, or number of incidents. It wasn't just thefts, it was also violent incidents that occurred there. We had an employee that was struck with a fire extinguisher. There was just a kind of a cesspool of crime around that area, and it was resolved by simply hiring a security officer. That was a successful partnership. Getting specifically into breakdown by percentages, this is pretty traditional from year to year. Ward 1 was about 14% of the overall crime in the city. Ward 2 was about 20%. Ward 3 at about 22%. And Ward 4 and 5 at 4 and 5% respectively. I didn't make that up. Those numbers just happen to align with the ward. And then Ward 6, which is normally up in the 40s or 50s, is at 35%. Traditionally, Wards 4 and 5 have always had the lower crime numbers, and that's pretty much consistent. Getting specifically into Ward 1. Ward 1, as I said, accounts for 14% of the crime in the city. There was a 13% increase in Ward 1. In comparison, there were 82 Part 1 crimes reported in Ward 1 in 2024, as opposed to 92 in 2025. The increase was mainly related to theft from autos that went from 30 to 55. We saw a large increase in theft from autos in that particular area, and I'm not really sure why. That area obviously abuts DC and Silver Spring. We allocated a lot of resources as a result of this, and we saw the numbers come down. Ward 2 accounts for 20% of the crime. This would be a comparison, accounts for 20. There were 204 Part 1 reported crimes in Ward 2 in 2024 compared to 130 in 2025, which is a 20% decrease. Ward 2 in the past has seen increases in crime, so that's a good thing. The significant reduction was related to larcenies, which were reduced from 79 occurred in 2024 to 46 in 2005, or 2025, should I say. Burglaries, a lot of those were shed burglaries, which were reduced from 23 to 12. And then we saw auto thefts reduced and robberies reduced as well. Ward 3 accounts for 22% of the crime in the city. There was an 18% increase in Part 1 crimes in Ward 3. I won't go into the numbers, but the increase was related mainly, again, to theft from autos. We saw a lot along the DC line in areas that abutted other jurisdictions, and those went from 40 to 74. We see a lot of crime in Ward 3 along the New Hampshire Avenue corridor, in and around there, and that's also the same with Ward 6. A lot of our crime and a lot of our other incidents, whether they be crashes, occur on that New Hampshire Avenue corridor. All right. There we go. And once again, Ward 4 accounts for a very, very low number of crimes. So 4% of the reported crimes in the city were in Ward 4. Just to give you an idea, that was a 54% decrease. So just to give you an idea of the number of incidents comparatively, there were 63 reported Part 1 crimes in 2024, down to 29 in 2025, which is the lowest number of crimes reported in the city. Ward 5 has similar numbers. There was also a 16% decrease in Part 1 crimes in Ward 5 in 2025. I won't go into the numbers, but Ward 5 has also traditionally had lower crime numbers than the other wards other than Ward 4. Ward 6, so this is where the most activity still remains. It accounts for 35% of crime in the city. It has traditionally accounted for the largest number of crime in the city. There was a 73% decrease in Part 1 crimes, and once again, the Walgreens effect, 841 reported crimes in Ward 6 in 2024 compared to 231 in 2025. Larcenies, this is the main trigger of this, were reduced from 662 to 131, aka the Walgreens effect. Burglaries also were significantly reduced. We had a lot of burglaries at the storage shed site on Holton Lane the year prior. A lot of them were discovered. They were people that hadn't come back to their sites for the longest time. So we had a lot the year prior, and I think that attributed a lot to that. Arrests in the city, 109 arrests were made in 2025. The vast majority were adult arrests, 95%. About 5% or 9 were juvenile arrests. We really try not to arrest people unless we need to, especially juveniles. We try to do intervention before we actually get to arrest. And going into the emergency petitions, most of this information was when we did not have the current pilot program, but there were 70 emergency petitions. Emergency petitions were petitions that were done when people are in crisis and they're harm to themselves or others. 59% of those were done by police officers and 41% were done by our mental health clinicians. We did have clinicians at the time that we would utilize to do these mental health petitions if they were available. That was outside of the mental health response protocol. Just wanted to briefly just get into the number of dispatched calls. We had 8,662 dispatch CAD calls in 2025, and we had about 4,145 self-initiated field activity calls. Just for background, CAD calls are the type of calls that received through 911, and a dispatcher dispatches a police officer. Self-initiated calls are the ones that an officer may come across something on patrol, or they call out with something. So we're looking at traffic details, and officers have continued to make traffic stops at problem intersections and roadways identified by residents, and also traffic data. We had a large number of people cited for driving uninsured vehicles. We had 53 of those, which is a large number. Overall, we had officers issue 754 citations. Those are moving violations, 212 safety equipment orders. That's like your lights out, your headlight is out, and 1,500 approximately warnings. Warnings are really important because they educate people. The most important thing we're trying to do is not just do meaningless traffic stops. We do traffic stops in targeted areas. And what you'll see when we did our previous data release is you see a drastic reduction in the number of overall traffic stops initiated by the Tacoma Park Police Department. We don't want to do meaningless traffic. We don't have it in our evaluation and reward system where you need to have a certain number of numbers. Councilmember Gilbert can remember when we had those monthly numbers. We eliminated those. We want quality traffic enforcement that is directly related to problem areas, and that's what our officers focus on. Collisions in the city, we had 197 reportable collisions, 0 fatalities, which is really good. We also had 44 personal injury collisions. Those are crashes where someone is injured as a result of the crash. And we had 153 property damage collisions. Those were just collisions where damage to the vehicle but no injury to the participants. As you can see by this graph, a large number of our property damage collisions have occurred on that New Hampshire Avenue corridor. If you look at the map, there is that huge cluster. We've also seen a large number of them occur on state roadways that are most frequently traversed throughout the city. And I think we've given some more specific information to Councilmember Westlick about, and we can provide that entire area to break down exactly where they occurred. As we're looking at personal injury collisions, you'll see the same kind of narrative. A lot of the personal injury collisions are in and around New Hampshire and University. We've also see them, you'll see that's Philadelphia Avenue where there's that cluster on the bottom of the graph, and then you'll see Flower Avenue at the top. We have done a lot of improvements in our local roadways to make them safer for pedestrians and vehicles. We haven't seen as much on state roadways. I wouldn't say that was directly attributed to some of these, but just the mere volume of traffic on some of these roadways can be attributed to this. Our automated red light enforcement technology. We have 7 red light cameras deployed at various intersections in the city. There's an example of where they are. We expect to have 2 cameras up at University in New Hampshire, hopefully within the next few weeks, and then have a 30-day period of warnings. The site has been approved. We are just waiting for the right weather to be able to install the apparatus. Those 2 lights there at that intersection alone had more violations daily than all of the other cameras combined in the city. That's how bad that intersection is. So kudos to the city manager who worked directly with the State Highway Administration Director, William Pines, to get that expedited because there was a lot of holdup in getting that done. In getting in, this is just some of the numbers. Over 30,000 red light camera citations were issued in 2025. The biggest location was New Hampshire and Ethan Allen. That's where we saw about 12,000. You can see some of the other intersections had lower numbers. We are hopeful that we also can look at, with our red light cameras, a policy to have speed on green on some of those cameras. Because as you know, we discontinued our speed cameras because we just had a compliance. That's what we wanted. These automated enforcement programs are not money makers. They are done to correct behavior. And what our speed camera program did is over the course of its program, over the years of the program, it corrected behavior, and we no longer needed them. But if we can have dual purpose red light cameras and speed cameras on the same device, it's a win-win. A lot of accidents are caused by people speeding to get through the light. So we're evaluating that possibility. They would go in at any site that we have red light cameras. And the automated stop sign technology, which is new and is getting a lot of conversation. We implemented the program through a pilot program early or late last year. There's 17 locations. I think that may be updated to 18 now. A list of them are there. We are expecting approval for the 4 that are on state roadways soon, and they're listed here: Philadelphia and Holly, Ethan Allen at Jackson, and Ethan Allen at Jackson, Carroll Avenue at Lincoln, and Carroll Avenue at Lincoln in another part of the intersection. So we're really hopeful that these will educate people. There's been a lot of talk on it. I had Kathy Plevy, our public information officer, put out more information on that because there are a lot of questions. If you have any questions, please go to our website. There was a community forum which we had, which is very informative, but there's also a lot of information on the program. We expect to give an update to council hopefully in late May or early June, just on an update on the program. I wanted to touch on some of our new staff. You'll see the faces. We hired 5 new police officers in 2025, Officers Pena, Brownlee, Lopez, De Los Santos, and Lazama. We also hired 3 crossing guards, Ms. Davis, Mr. Navarez, and Mr. Mitchum. You'll probably see them around. You notice a theme here. There's a lot of diversity. It's very important that we hire quality people, and these people are doing very, very well. I will say that back when we had a cadet program, Officer De Los Santos was one of those cadets. So, all right, and retirements. We lost Lieutenant Joseph Butler after 27 years of service. He was a phenomenal individual, and we also lost one of our captains, Michelle Holmes, who also had 37 years experience. So you're talking about combined over 60 years of experience walking out the door. We hate to lose them, but we wish them well in their retirement. Hopefully the retirement system is good. I'm looking at Councilmember Gilbert is good for them. I will go on a little bit over on time, so I'll try to quickly go through some community outreach events. Special Olympics Maryland. One of our lieutenants, Lieutenant Marco Fadel, is one of the most influential people involved in Maryland Special Olympics. He's been recognized multiple times for his efforts. He's been involved in everything from the torch run to the Winter Olympics to the polar bear plunge. And this is just a picture of him with several athletes. It's so important. Picture with one of our Coffee with the Cops. We've had several throughout the year. The most recent one was a collaboration with the Metropolitan Police Department at the Starbucks right there right across on Maple at Carroll. Just some pictures with our officers. I think this is really important because this just shows our desire to really interact with the community. Annual egg hunt picture is there with several of our officers. I did want to highlight the Black History Minority Scholars Program, because what we had is 2 of our officers that grew up in the city that are now in the same classroom that they went through, that they're talking to people. And they can say, I was in the same classroom that you were in 20 years ago. And I can say the same. It didn't have windows when I went there. Piney Branch didn't. It was an experimental school, but that's another story. So a couple more pictures of Special Olympics, a career day at Tacoma Park Elementary School. I will touch on real quickly, we do have monthly meetings with all of our principals at all of our schools, and that's not just the police department, that's our rec department, that's all of our partners here. That's been very, very beneficial. I know that several council members have attended some of those meetings. You're welcome to attend as well. I think our next meeting is April 9th, but if anyone is interested, please reach out to me. And last but not least, a huge thank you to Kathy Plevy, who put this annual report together, and all the staff that put the stats together. You can see both Kathy and Lieutenant Williams enjoying a swing set. I'm not sure if this was at a play day or they just stopped at a park. I don't know how we got these pictures, but they look like they're having so much fun. So special thanks to Kathy if you're watching, and all the staff that contribute to the report. And that is it. I will open it up to questions.
Thank you very much. And I just want to thank all of our police officers, all of our officers and counselors and dispatchers and everyone that is working collectively to keep our community safe. I know that these are just really stressful times to be in public service, and I can't stress enough how much I appreciate all of the hard work
that goes into protecting and serving our community. So I just want to start by saying thank you so much to all of our staff that have been doing all of this great work over the year. Councilmember Honzak.
Yeah, I echo that. Thank you. This always, I love hearing the annual updates. Just a couple of little things. One is, I think on slide 24, Flower Avenue in Houston was missing, and it's been installed now. So the stop sign.
Yeah, that
camera-
was the one. That was the one that we didn't add. So that was the
okay.
addition. Yeah,
All
I
right,
said there's
cool.
one
I
additional. That
just
was the one.
flagging that because
Yep.
y'all should get credit for that, even if people are complaining, as you say, or have a lot to say. Shall I say? Yes, it's funny. It's like it's safer, but I've gotten 3 tickets. No, I'm not talking about me. I'm just making fun of all of us. I'm sure I'm going to get one soon, even though I'm trying really hard not to. And could you verify on the principal meetings? Do you know now? Are y'all able to invite the Rolling Terrace or the Silver Spring International Middle School principals sometimes, at least, when and
Yeah.
if relevant, particularly in light of some of our latest immigration related issues?
I will check with Mark to confirm that. But
If you
I
could,
believe so.
if you could
Absolutely.
send me an email, I know that has been something on my mind for a long time.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then I would love to see you guys at Essex House. If you're doing community meetings, there are so many kids in that building who have told me they want to be police officers when they grow up, and they loved having you there. So if I can, I'm putting a plug. And then last thing is, I'm wondering, you said the Walgreens effect. It's so amazing and wonderful to see the change that has happened, a decrease in crime, and I'm sure that indeed a lot of that is the Walgreens effect. Do we, though, have any ability to kind of look a little bit into the data, to look really specifically at some of the numbers, to see if by any chance some of the decrease that we might be seeing in some places could be due to fear of reporting? Because I believe that that's really real. And I don't think it would just be specific to Ward 6, but it could account for, we always have a lower crime rate in Ward 5 anyway, but I definitely would think it would be relevant in Ward 5 and Ward 6 in particular.
I think just for background, crime is down across the country. It's not just here. I do think there is obviously that impact across the country by people, and that was the biggest concern, is that people
Right.
would not report crimes. I do think that the vast majority of people that understand our police department will still call us. I'm not saying that's universal. I'm not saying there's not an effect, but it's really hard to gauge specifically who does not call. But what we really want to continue to do is have the events like at the Chuck E. Cheese and continue to put out statements supporting all of our residents, documented or not. So continuing to be very public, not only from my platform, but also from the elected officials and all city government. But it does concern me, and I've said that publicly. It really concerns me when you put so much emphasis on targeting people. So if I'm a victim of a theft from auto, I may not report it. Or worse, if I'm a victim of child abuse, I may not report it. So it's definitely a concern, and I think that it's something that we as police chiefs that are not necessarily in step with what is being done aggressively from the federal level have said multiple times. So we keep on echoing that. I wish there was a way to better define the impact, and I'm not sure that we really can accurately gauge that.
Okay, I just wondered if maybe if we were to be able to look at the Walgreens data from last year, even in raw numbers, and maybe just see what the differential might be, just knowing how many reports came from Walgreens in the prior year before the security. If we just took a look at that, it'd be an interesting number to see what that differential could look like. It wouldn't be absolute, but just an idea.
Just for background,
I'm curious.
The vast majority of calls from Walgreens came from staff at Walgreens. So it would be hard to kind of distinguish what staff member called and so on and so forth. I hear what you're saying. We really, if there's a way that we can document that, that's even more important, because it then even more so justifies not taking this aggressive stance.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes, thank you for this report and for everybody who put it together. I do appreciate what you shared about, for example, the Chuck E. Cheese events, and and how they build that sense of normalcy with our local police. And I will definitely amplify that with residents to say that this is an important component of our program. I was also happy to hear be reminded you were a PBS student, and was that 15 years ago? You said.
I was there in the 1970s. Just put it that way. So I won't say when in the 70s. But.
I did have one question about the option to issue an e-citation or a warning. It was interesting that the numbers that the e-citations were just about half of the warnings. But how does the department train and guard against implicit bias of one kind or another, where officers might say, well, I let this sort of person off, and this person I actually cite them, because we want to make sure things are equitable and fair.
That's a really good point. So understand, it all starts with what the philosophy of the police department is. Prior to me getting here, there was a very heavy emphasis on just arrest and enforcement, and that's not what our emphasis is. We want quality enforcement to address issues that impact pedestrian safety and public safety. So the more we stress that, the officers don't feel compelled to just go out and make meaningless traffic stops. All of our officers wear body-worn cameras. So any interaction they have with the public on a traffic stop is recorded on a body-worn camera, but it's also recorded in the in-car video of the vehicle. We can look at patterns. I don't know if you recall, when we did the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, we looked at all of our traffic stops, and we looked at the demographics of who was stopped and so on and so forth. It's very hard to tie it directly to the demographics of Tacoma Park, because the vast majority of people stop don't live in the city. But we make a very concerted effort not to initiate traffic when we don't need to. If we see a pattern, which we haven't seen, of an officer only issuing citations to a certain person or so on and so forth, we would obviously address that. As I said earlier, officers have the discretion. That's part of what their job is. The most important thing in this traffic stop is to educate people so they do not repeat the behavior. And that's done best through a citation, because a lot of times when we stop someone, we can see how many times they've been stopped previously so if they've been stopped 5 times for speeding and they've gotten warnings every time, it's probably time for a citation. So that factors in. So it's more about what the situation is than the color of someone's skin. But that also goes to why we're trying to get all this automated enforcement. If we have automated enforcement, whether it be stop sign, red light, speed on green, it takes away from the need for an officer to interact. It takes away from all of that implicit bias. So the more we can do that, I think, as a force multiplier, the better. But I'm very confident that we do not have officers here that are number one, signaling someone out, or disproportionately issuing citations to a certain demographic. If we ever had that, we would absolutely address that swiftly.
Sure. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking along those lines. I just wondered how the decision is made in the moment. And I gather sometimes it has to do with the previous record of warnings or citations, and sometimes it may have to do with just the observed severity of the danger that was created. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Just as a reminder for folks, we have about 6 minutes left. Councilmember DeBala.
I'm going to assume that if I ask questions by email, I will get answers, and I'd encourage everybody else to do that too. I wanted to ask, crime overall is down even after you take out the Walgreens. I wanted to ask about hotspots or trends that you see, though, because it feels sometimes like it's very targeted to specific crimes or specific spots.
So a really good question. We have a crime analyst on staff that puts out daily crime intelligence, and we deploy our officers based off that intelligence. If we're looking at hotspots, the biggest areas of concern would be the theft from autos in Ward 3 and Ward 1, because we've seen that increase, and that caused an increase to the crime in Ward 1. So when we analyze the data, we look at hotspots and where we need to deploy officers. So for example, if we have when we have this string of shed burglaries over in your ward, we deployed staff to that area. We were able to make an arrest. So data is really important. We are a data-driven response kind of protocol. We know areas where we always have high visibility, whether or not that be Old Town, whether or not that be Tacoma Langley Crossroads. We always have high visibility there, but we also deploy resources, and that's not only to address criminal issues, that's also to address traffic issues, whether it be a lot of collisions or citizen complaints or so on and so forth. So yeah, it's hotspots. The biggest hotspots right now are the theft from autos that are of concern. And the underreporting. A lot of times we'll hear from people that, I saw someone break in a car, but I didn't want to report it. So I want to encourage anyone that's watching, please encourage people to report crime. As I've said multiple times, we don't have an accurate overview of trends if we don't have accurate information. So if there have been 10 theft from autos along Houston Avenue, but only 2 are reported, we're not going to get an accurate overview of the number. So please, 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 you're not inconveniencing us. Please, if you are a victim of a crime, please report it.
And my second question is the data request, which you would have to do after tonight. So stop sign cameras are new. I understand the numbers of citations are large and make some of these other large numbers look kind of small. I'd appreciate it if you could give us just a sampling of early reporting. Thank you.
Absolutely. And the goal, usually in the initial, what we've seen from the program in Prince George's County is the initial program, the initial months, there is a large percentage of violations, and then they are drastically reduced over time. So when we're doing our estimates for revenue, we look at a 70% reduction from day one to almost 9 months in. So we're hopeful we'll see that, but we absolutely can give you the numbers up to date.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Landman.
Thank you for pointing out the hotspot issue of theft from autos, theft of autos to a certain extent, but theft from autos I know has been big in my ward, but also theft from construction and handyman vehicles has been a big issue, and for a lot of those people, this is a really big hardship. And I wonder whether the department has ever contemplated, for example, flyering those vehicles in English and Spanish to tell people to keep their vehicles locked and to not leave valuable tools in view. I feel as though a lot of residents are letting me know, at least probably I hope letting you know, that it's happening to the workers that are working in and around their properties. So it feels like we need some kind of a proactive response, and I wonder if you might contemplate something like that or have some other thoughts.
Yeah, we've had a lot of the contractors are very transient and they don't work in their area. They may be here 2 days, they may be doing a roof somewhere else. We try to educate them as much as possible. Kathy Plebier, PIO, always puts out information to at least the residents here, but it's more difficult for individuals that don't live in the city and that come into the city. That's a good idea. I just don't know that it would necessarily transcend because people are here. I mean, there's some contractors that work here pretty routinely, but they know to lock their stuff up. So education. We also want to work with other police departments, so we're doing the same thing. Because if we're saying one thing and Montgomery County is not consistently saying it, so I think it's a collaboration across the board with our partners with COG to just kind of do all of this educational outreach in every jurisdiction. So if I work in Tacoma Park, but I live in Mount Rainier, I'm getting the same message about secure my belongings and so on and so forth. It's more difficult with people working because you want to be able to quickly get in your van and take your chainsaw out or whatever it may be, but that will definitely, it's something we can look into.
May I ask one quick other question, which is, I wonder if you could just, for the vast viewing audience that's with us tonight, talk about what people who are flagging concerns about their particular stop sign camera tickets, if they want to appeal to the city people who are doing the reviewing, what ought they to do? If you have a way for that first line appeal to occur that you could share with people.
All of the information is clearly stated on the violation they have. For the sake of time, I just encourage anyone that receives a violation to read it. It's very clear on what they need to do if they want to appeal a violation.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember
Landman, Councilmember Westlake.
I have one quick question, if it's not a quick answer, I'll put it in an email. But I'm looking at the personal injury collision map on slide 21, and I'm drawn to the fact that there are many on top of each other right around on New Hampshire, around Sligo Creek and Glenside and Erskine. And my question is, because I know it still only represents a handful of specific accidents, but do you know off the top of your head how much of that is more at the Glenside Erskine intersection or at Sligo Creek Parkway, or both?
What we can do is provide specific information if you want that particular area. It's similar to what we provided. You may not have seen the background of what we provided for the stats. We can absolutely break it down and it will tell you exactly where each one occurred. I think the information I sent you this afternoon had, there were 12 accidents, one occurred at Wildwood. So we can give that specific information. That's probably something that's better served by just giving you a graph and you can see exactly where each particular, because it's hard when they're overlapped on something like that to understand exactly where it occurred.
Thank you.
Sure.
Well, thank you again for all of the work that you all are doing. And one thing I will say, I know that we're hearing a lot about the stop sign cameras, but I have enjoyed some of the back and forth on the various listservs that is reminding us all of the driver's test that we took, many of us when we were teenagers, about where do you stop? Do you stop at the bar? Or do you stop at the stop sign? And what does it mean if you don't do it the right way? It means a ticket. So I too am expecting, because all of us are having to go back and remind ourselves of some of those rules of the road. I learned through DC's I paid $200 worth of tickets because their stop sign cameras are $100. So you get a violation, it's a $100 ticket. And I got 2 of them during a snowstorm a year or so ago. And I have learned I will never not stop at a bar again.
Well, I can tell you, the jurisdictions in Prince George's County don't have a speed threshold. If you barely coast through, you're going to get a citation. So we have that 4 mile per hour grace, but still, you come to a complete stop and you got no doubt. Every time I come down Lincoln, coming to Maple, I am super aware. All of the intersections have signage that say stop sign automation. So just come to a complete stop and you have nothing to worry about.
Yes.
Could I ask a quick question then? Is it, I thought it was calibrated anything below 6 miles an hour was a roll through. And so I've had people say, that is crazy, but has it since been changed to 4 miles an hour?
Well, initially, when we were evaluating, it was 6, and we looked at the potential damage that could be caused at 6 miles per hour. And we wanted to give some buffer, but we also didn't want people being able to still roll through and cause damage. So we reduced it from 4 to 6.
Great, thanks.
All right. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to the next thing, Police Electric Vehicle Pilot Program.
Thanks, sir. All right. So this is long overdue. You have all heard me up here just really wanting us to be, I lost the screen there, wanting to have our fleet be an energy efficient fleet. So we're there now. We have the first vehicle, the Chevy EV, that is a pursuit rated vehicle. So the goal of this presentation is to provide you all with an overview of our proposed electric vehicle program. So the topics we're going to cover are what agencies are evaluating the EV patrol vehicles, an overview of the vehicle that we are going to purchase, which is the Chevy Blazer EV pursuit rated vehicle, the lessons learned from peer agencies that we've heard from, our proposed pilot program, and environmental and fiscal considerations. So why test patrol EV vehicles? The police department is committed, as I said earlier, to improving the fleet while supporting the city's sustainability goals. The city priorities include climate change mitigation, zero net emissions by 2035, and energy efficiency and environmental stewardship. All of our patrol vehicles must be pursuit rated. Patrol vehicles must meet rigorous performance standards. This is the vehicles that our officers that are out patrolling the street, all of our marked vehicles, these are those vehicles. And what does that mean? It's related to a heavy-duty cooling system, larger alternators for all of the equipment, reinforced suspensions for the heavy usage, equipment integration for all of the equipment that we need, and reinforced electrical systems. These vehicles are engineered to handle the demands of police work and high-speed driving. That's what a pursuit-rated vehicle is. So the evolution of police patrol vehicles. Before 2020, gasoline pursuit vehicles were the only pursuit-rated vehicles. They were the only ones available. In 2020, Ford introduced the Ford Hybrid patrol vehicle, which was pursuit rated. As soon as that was available, we, the Tacoma Park Police, transitioned to that that hybrid patrol vehicle. We did have to deviate from the purchase of those hybrids, as you know, I think a couple years ago, because of the availability of those hybrid vehicles. We had to purchase some gas vehicles, but the vast majority and any of the vehicles that we bought since were the hybrid patrol vehicles, and we've had success with those. They've proven very successful. In 2024, Chevrolet introduced the Blazer EV patrol vehicle. And basically, it is a fully electric pursuit-rated patrol vehicle. It has been approved as a pursuit-rated vehicle through the Michigan State Police, who do most of the testing to certify pursuit rating. And some of the qualifications were 0 to 60 miles per hour in 5.17 seconds, 0 to 100 in 11 seconds, 60 to 100 within 135 feet, and that's the stopping ability. It is the first and only EV patrol-capable vehicle that was designated through the Michigan State Police as a pursuit-rated vehicle. And I really don't like the term pursuit-rated because people envision that of you're chasing a vehicle. It should be a patrol-rated vehicle. I think that's a better term, but that's what they call it, is pursuit-rated. And the charging range for the Chevy that we have seen is approximately 273 miles per charge. With a level 2 charging device, that's 52 miles added per hour. Level 3, the DC fast charging one, 73 miles added in 10 minutes, 141 miles added in 30 minutes. Typical patrol shifts use far less than the vehicle's total range. So we're hoping that they can get through an entire patrol shift without needing to be charged. Everyone's aware we've added 2 fast speed chargers and 2 of the slower speed chargers in the police department parking lot. They are up and running. I'm driving an electric vehicle right now, the Nissan, and I'm able to charge at those charging stations. It takes me on average, about 50 minutes to fully charge the vehicle I have. And we evaluated some peer agencies and some of the information they had. You can find some extensive information about the peer agency information in the memo that was accompanying the council package. But we looked at agencies testing the Blazer, and those were Ann Arbor Police Department, very cold weather climate, Sterling Heights, Michigan, cold weather climate, Denver, also cold weather climate, Peel Regional in Canada, which is also a cold weather climate, which is really important. And most importantly, an agency really close to us, the Hyattsville City Police Department, which is, if you're looking for an apples-to-apples comparison of departments, that's pretty close. We have about the same number of officers. They have a larger geographic area, but basically same kind of patrol footprint. Common feedback included strong acceleration, smooth handling, quiet operation, and lower fuel and maintenance cost. Some of the lessons learned from the other agencies, the common challenges identified were cold weather, reduced battery range with the cold weather. So it's really good that some of the agencies that are testing and evaluating are in cold weather climates. The charging infrastructure, requires adequate planning. Right now, we're trying to figure out what would be the best way to do that. Our pilot program will not involve chargers at officers' houses. It will rely on the infrastructure we have here in the city. And that's why it's really good to have those charging stations at the police department. We may evaluate giving officers cards that they can use for charging stations outside of the city, but we're not at that point yet. The pilot program is only going to utilize the charging infrastructure that is here. I'll give you an example with my vehicle. I charged it on a Friday, and I don't drive that much, and I was able the whole weekend, the vehicle remained charged. So, and that's not even the Chevy Pursuit one that has more capabilities. That's a civilian model Nissan. The other thing is public charger reliability. We need to make sure that we have sufficient charging capabilities. So right now, we're going to have 2 of these electric vehicles. One is going to be in patrol, and one is going to be in our investigative section. We also have 2 vehicles in our parking enforcement. We also have a civilian vehicle that is being utilized right now. I'm driving it. So as we get more vehicles, we need to make sure we have the charging apparatus to be able to fully charge all these vehicles, especially when we have an entire shift now of 5 officers that all need to charge at the same time. So as we move forward and we start purchasing electric vehicles, we're going to need to make sure we have the apparatus here. Long-term durability of the vehicles is still being evaluated. Hyattsville did have to replace one of their batteries for one of their brand new vehicles. Fortunately, it was under warranty, but within the first 2 years of the program, they did have to replace that battery. Just something we're evaluating. So we're proposing a 12-month evaluation pilot, and the key elements obviously are, when we're talking about patrol, this is the patrol pilot. One Chevy EV assigned to patrol operations used in normal patrol duties. We're not going to alter the patrol duties. Some agencies have had electric vehicles, but they don't assign them patrol responsibilities. So you're not going to get a good idea of the actual charging capabilities and usage capabilities. Like I say, there'll be no operational changes to their patrol assignment. They will do exactly the same responsibilities as they would with a gas vehicle or a hybrid vehicle. Like I said earlier, the charging will primarily be at the city facility. We're confident we can do that considering we don't have 20 electric vehicles right now competing for 4 or 5 chargers. Local 400, who represents our police officers, has been consulted and supports the pilot. So data that we will evaluate. During the pilot, the department will monitor real-world vehicle range. It's important to know exactly how it works here. We're going to evaluate charging downtime. We're going to evaluate battery performance. We're going to evaluate officer feedback, maintenance requirements, fuel cost savings, and operational limitations. We expect reports to be made at the 6-month interim report and a 12-month final report. These reports are going to be dependent on when we are able to acquire the vehicles. Once we're able to acquire and outfit the vehicle, we will start the pilot and we'll let you know. But as of right now, the vehicles would be purchased next fiscal year, so the earliest they would be purchased would be July of this year. Obviously, the environmental benefits are the potential, for reduced greenhouse emissions, 0 tailpipe emissions, improve urban air quality, reduce reliance on fossil fuels, reduce noise pollution. And electric motors obviously are significantly more efficient than gasoline vehicles. I don't need to say that, and even hybrid vehicles. Fiscal considerations. Electric patrol vehicles may provide more long-term savings, potential cost benefits, 40 to 60% on lower fuel costs, we're hoping, reduced maintenance requirements with electric vehicles, fewer mechanical components that need to be repaired, potential federal and state incentives. I don't necessarily know with this current administration that applies, but I'm envisioning this program going more than 3 years. So hopefully, if there's a new administration that's much more receptive for providing those type of federal and state incentives, we can evaluate those. Upfront vehicle purchases are comparable to the hybrid vehicle. The cost of the actual purchase of the vehicle and the upfitting is comparable. So there's not going to be any additional cost. There was additional cost when we moved from the gas vehicle to the hybrid vehicle. But we're not seeing that necessarily from the hybrid to the electric. In conclusion, the EV program will allow Tacoma Park to, number one, test emerging PPV technology, collect real-time operational data, evaluate infrastructure needs, support sustainability goals, and inform future fleet decisions. Future fleet decisions will be based on operational evidence, not assumptions. And I just want to say, if you're looking at the long-term outlook, we're assuming that this vehicle will work. So I think there's going to be a presentation on the fleet and the ERR coming, I believe, April 6th. And you'll be able to see long-term, we're envisioning this to be successful and that we will be able to move on transitioning. So you'll see a transition over the years where eventually, within a certain time, all of our vehicles are going to be electric. And you'll see that in the transition. Director Braithwaite will be able to give a direct overview of that. So the goal is to hopefully get there during that certain period of time. A lot of it will come from the test and evaluation. A lot of it is going to be, I'm pretty confident the vehicle is going to operate the way we want it to. I think the biggest question is going to be charging infrastructure and how do we accommodate that. So with that, I will open it up to questions.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I know that this has been council ask for quite some time, and I'm grateful that the police department and Director Braithwaite and Public Works have been able to come up with a solution to kind of help us with fully transitioning our fleet. And so with that, Councilmember DeBaller, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you very much for this and for working out all the details. The experience of the other communities is really instructive, and I'm glad you were able to research that. My questions are the obvious. Why not try two? We don't need to talk about that tonight. I'm just putting that out there. I'm wondering about purchasing the year after, and if the 6-month report is enough to feel confident with going into the purchase the year later, or do you need a 9-month in there so that everybody can feel secure about that?
I feel more confident in these early on vehicles and purchasing them because the data we collect about the specific vehicle, I think, is going to be important. But more importantly, in the broader scheme of things, is the charging infrastructure.
Yeah, well, that was my next.
Yeah,
my
so I'm not
next and
overly
last
concerned
question.
if we get another one because we still have sufficient charge. When we get
Yeah,
to a
that's-
certain point, we're going to need more
Right,
charging
but two,
infrastructure.
I think there's room, right?
Yeah. So what? So
Okay.
so what our goal is not just to purchase one. We're doing one that's going to be in patrol and going to be utilized specifically for this program. We're also purchasing another electric one that is going to go to our investigative staff so we can evaluate that. That's much different. It's a different kind of animal. We really want to know how these perform in a patrol
Right.
capacity, but we're purchasing two.
Right, okay, thank you. And then just asking you to think about whether the card would work. Just think, look, as you get into this, whether the charging card would work. That relies on there being places you can go to do that, and that's, we have Dolies, but a lot of other places don't have a Dolies.
And it's my understanding
Yeah.
Dolly's is shut down. That's what I was advised. That it's no longer have the charging stations there.
Oh, when did it? Okay, anyway, but thank you.
Councilmember Lamon?
Thank you, this was great. And I think it's great that you're preparing in a stepwise fashion to introduce these. I was surprised by what you said the savings were on fuel, that they were only 40 to 60%. So do you have a sense at this point of how much it costs to fully charge a vehicle versus filling it with gas? I mean, where does that number come from?
I don't. That came from our Public Works Department. I don't, but I can get you an answer. I wouldn't know the ins and outs of that number, but we can get that from Keith Perry. He was the one that provided.
I'd like to see that
Absolutely.
numbers, 'cause it seems like a high, I didn't think it was that expensive, but.
And some of these numbers also come from other peer experiences with the vehicles. But we absolutely, I don't know how much exactly it would cost to charge it because I don't know. But we absolutely can provide that information.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Schlegel?
I guess some of that would depend on how much of the power our city's generating from rooftops and things. So what we're actually paying out per kilowatt. I just was wondering, like, for the short term with limited charging capacity, has the department considered issuing early, assuming this pilot works out, issuing early purchases of EVs to officers who live fairly close to town or in town?
Yeah, I mean, that's problematic too, because people, like one of the officers lives in the city is looking to buy a house. So, we really want, the answer is yes, we've considered what we would purchase, where it would go to. We really want to get someone that lives outside of the city to do this test and evaluation. As we navigate towards getting them, obviously, we're going to look at various. Right now we have, I think, 3 officers that either live in the city. We have one that his backyard is in the city, his house is in Prince George's. So we've looked at that. The goal is some of those people already have vehicles, so it's a matter of what needs to be replaced. Because as we purchase a new vehicle, we deadline another vehicle. So there's a kind of a cause and effect on how we do things. So we don't want to take a brand new vehicle that someone just got issued. And yeah, so there's a lot of different components that go into it.
All right, seeing no more lights, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
evening.
All right, we're going to move into our voting session this evening. The first item is the second reading ordinance amending Tacoma Park Code, Chapter 8.16, sale of food and drink for the purpose of expanding the types of use agreements the city may use to effectuate the purposes of this chapter as they relate to outdoor cafes.
Well done. Are there any changes to this item to report?
No changes from staff.
Thank you very much.
Would someone like to move this thing?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Wesselek. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Any points of discussion? All right, given that this is an ordinance, would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy,
Aye.
Councilmember Landman,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Aye.
Councilmember Hanzak,
Aye.
Councilmember Westlake.
Aye.
Great. The next item is a little bit of a last minute ad. MML, the Maryland Municipal League, has pushed for, it has one legislative priority, and that one legislative priority is to establish a task force, HB 1142, to establish a task force that would consist of municipalities, counties, as well as state reps to look at the current structure for municipal revenue generation and to basically make recommendations. This priority was something that was noted in our prior resolution to District 20. MML is asking for all municipalities to support HB 1142 in a more stronger way, just so that they can get this thing over the finish line. So I just want to pause, just so that everyone knows, we have already submitted testimony in support of HB 1142. I've testified in Annapolis regarding HB 1142. So this is us going that last step that MML is requesting in terms of moving forward with a resolution. Councilmember Landman.
Should there be a corresponding SB number to go in here with the HB number, or is it only referring to the House bill?
So and I think they are supporting the House bill because we have that language and we don't know what may ultimately shake out. So the language that they provided only referenced HB 1142.
I'll just add, in the draft resolution, the resolve clause is to urge the House Ways and Means Committee and the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee to issue a favorable report. So there is that mention, but there's no bill number.
Bill number. Yeah. Councilmember Schlegel, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just was wanting to make sure I understood that how that question plays out, because if it is asking for action on both sides of the assembly, then should the title of the resolution be changed, perhaps? Resolution supporting House and Senate action
Yeah, I will say that there was a
draft resolution that was submitted. Again, I think that they, from what I can glean, we testified before the House Ways and Means Committee, MML, myself, but I don't believe there has been a corresponding Senate. I'm not sure. I don't believe so. And so, at least I don't believe, no, I have not testified in support of it. So, so I think that is why there's explicit language regarding HB 1142 is mentioned in terms of the specific bill language, moving forward with House Ways and Means. And I'm not exactly sure if there would be a corresponding Senate bill, or if it's at this point, given it's so close to crossover, that is just about having the budgetary arms, the House Ways and Means and the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee to review what is HB 1142. There was no cross-file, okay. Yeah, because we never got an ask to testify before the Senate. Yeah. Okay. All right. Any other questions or points of discussion? All right. So would someone like to move the resolution supporting HB 1142, establishing the task force modernizing county and municipal revenue sources?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Wesselek. Any other points of discussion? All right. All those in favor of the resolution supporting HB 1142, establishing the task force to modernize the county and municipal revenue sources, please say aye.
Aye.
Do you have any opposed? Any abstain? All right, so MML has already been made aware that this is on our agenda for tonight.
City Clerk, if we could just make sure that once this is done and posted, then that way I could share the link with MML.
All right. We're entering into our home stretch, people. We're almost there. The next item is another last-minute addition, is the request for use of the city's auditorium for film screening and waiver of associated fees. And with that, City Manager DeSpirito, do you want to kick us off on that one?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, just recently, it had come to my attention that there was an interest on the part of some Tacoma Park residents that have produced a film. The representative is Jamie Koppel or Coppell? Coppell, thank you. Okay. She had initially made a contact with a council member for request of use of the city auditorium for the screening of a film. And according to the production website, it refers to firsthand migrant testimonies, investigative trips to Mexico, and so forth. They'd like to have an opportunity to utilize this venue, this auditorium, on either March 30th or March 31st. It's available on either night for approximately a 2-hour window that would include the screening of the movie and subsequent question and answer session. Ms. Coppell, as I understand, is available online, or we had sent a link anyway. And if Assistant City Clerk could confirm whether she is online. But yeah. They would start about approximately 6:30 or 7. And what's being requested is a permission for use of the space, but specifically also waiver of any attendant fees associated with this production. Normally there is a minimum 4-hour rental at $220 per hour for just use of the venue. There would also need to be at least one AV employee to help set up, get the screen down, run the movie, and break it back down again. That would be $50 an hour fee for 2 hours minimum, and staffing fee potentially if it went after 9 o'clock. We have rec employees who secure the building, lock doors and so forth. So in total, the facility rental and staff time costs would be approximately $1,000 one-time fee. And the request is for mayor and council to respectfully consider waiving those fees and allowing this film to be shown to the community free of charge. There will also be representatives of various organizations that would be available for a question and answer period. So the film's about 90 minutes, and the question and answer period, according to Ms. Capel, was approximately half an hour or so. And staff is not opposed to the request, but per the city's administrative regulations on facilities, the process is such that the mayor and council would need to be the body to authorize a waiver of fees and grant permission for use of the auditorium.
Great, thank you, City Manager DeSpirito. So,
I just want to check to see if
she's not, okay. One of the, so I will say I am in support of this showing. One of the things that we have talked about as a council is our approach to engagement as it relates to immigration support or immigrant support. And I think part of that also relates to community outreach and education. And so I think that having, particularly for, I know that Jamie's a part of some organizations that really are doing a lot of hands-on work to help immigrant families. I think that this is a good way to, particularly for, I know that Jamie's a part of some organizations that really are doing a lot of.
I was just singing your praises, Jamie. But
doing a lot of work on the ground. And so I do think that as we are thinking about community outreach and community education, this is a type of event that is a little different from a Know Your Rights or your bystander training, but also kind of works to give that real life story that many members of our community may be facing or may have faced, to really try to help bridge the gap of understanding that some members of our community may have. So I will say I'm in support of us moving forward with this showing and the discussion that will happen. I think that this is these are the types of events that, as we're moving towards trying to figure out ways in which the city can be can truly be in support of our immigrant population, I think that this is one of the many ways that we can do it in an innovative, work with our nonprofit partners and organizations in a meaningful way to kind of help with resident education. Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, I'd like to give Jamie a chance to talk about her personal connection to this group, because there is one. And I would also like to say, I think that I agree. I think we should do everything that we can do to help educate on this issue. And this would be one easy entry for people who don't know a lot about the issue and want to learn. Thank you.
And Jamie, if you want to come off mute to just kind of introduce yourself and this effort.
Thank you very much, Mayor Searcy and Councilmember DeBala. And I appreciate the council taking this request under consideration. I'm Jamie Copal. I'm a Ward 2 resident, and I traveled as a part of a group of residents from the Tacoma Park and Silver Spring communities to Agua Prieta, Sonora, Mexico in September of this past year as a part of a group really focused on getting to know the work that is happening on the border of U.S. and Mexico. Agua Prieta is a town that is just on the other side of the border from Douglas, Arizona. And during our experience there, really the purpose of our trip was to understand life on the border and the work that folks are doing to build bicultural, binational connections in support of folks not only migrating, but folks who are working to establish their lives in those border towns. And as a part of our experience, we were invited to help raise awareness of the work that is happening on the border, especially as our friends there had shared with us the understanding that, many people believe that border towns are places that people simply pass through, when in fact there's a vibrant culture of connection in those places. And that was what we had an opportunity to experience. And in a place like our city and in this region that is within 100 miles of a border, the ocean most specifically, we too can be considered by the terms of the government a place that is within reach of a border. And so there's a lot that we can explore and learn from this film. The filmmaker really is helping to tell the story of migration and the work of the communities that I mentioned, Agua Prieta and Douglas, Arizona, the work that those communities are doing to welcome migrants, in many cases to help those migrants create a home in those communities, and to explore what is causing them to migrate. So it helps us just to develop a more complete and full understanding of what it means to be a place that welcomes folks who are traveling, which is also something that I know Tacoma Park proudly considers itself to be. So I'm asking that the city consider this request, and we very much would look forward to the opportunity to screen in the auditorium. The we, just very briefly, is, again, as I mentioned, a group of citizens. We are not ourselves an organization. We are a group of citizens, but we would be joined at the screening by folks who represent one of the organizations, the Centro Atención de Migración Exodus, one of the migrant shelters that is based in Agua Prieta. They will be here for the film screening. These are folks who are featured in the film that we hope to show.
Great. Councilmember Schlegel?
Thank you, Ms. Copel. And I might reach out to you separately about this topic because we do it in my class that I teach. But I wondered if you could, because it is unusual for us to grant these waivers, if you could say a little bit more about how beyond the educational aspects of the film and its obvious relationship to us wanting to be a community of belonging and our council priority, I wondered if you could say anything about how you see this event potentially bringing together people in Tacoma Park or creating some new connections and networking opportunities.
Absolutely. So I think one of the things that we are excited about is that the folks who are coming for the film screening from Agua Prieta, from Mexico, the timing of this screening would coincide with spring break for Montgomery County Public Schools. And so we're hopeful that many students and families might be able to attend the screening as a family. And having the screening available, the film available to be shown within our city limits is just another way to kind of say this is an issue that matters to folks, and we want families to be able to come together as a group and really explore the topic of migration And so, you know, the timing of the coinciding with spring break is just one thing that we hope would really help to bring people out. And also because, you know, it is an opportunity to think about migration in a way that is different than exploring what we, you know, the film covers a time frame. 2019 is when the film was shot. So it kind of helps folks to understand that the issues that our community members are experiencing right now with the ICE enforcement efforts in particular, that this is not a new issue alone. You know, this is not something that is kind of just happening in this moment. So just really helping folks to expand their thinking about this issue, both beyond the borders of our city and this region, in ways that we hope will enliven further discussion and understanding of the choices that folks make around migration, and what does it mean to be a welcoming community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Honzak?
Yes, good evening, Ms. Coppell. Thank you. I was just wondering if you might be able to speak a little bit more to community members that are listening, and again, kind of in the spirit of what Schlegel was asking about some of the groups that you are related to, because this, for one thing, you will only have about a week to, you know, get some of the communications out. But I think just kind of speaking a little bit how you as a group of community members versus being part of a formal organization in our city and us granting a waiver. You could speak to some of the connectivity that you have with some of those groups so that people can understand better how this relates also just to being a part of our community, in addition to sort of the values-oriented issues that are related. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for that question. While the group that traveled to the border and would be hosting this delegation is a group of citizens, many of whom are involved in the efforts that I'll mention now, we're not necessarily representing these efforts explicitly. But I, in particular, am a part of the Montgomery County Immigrant Rights Collective, as well as being a part of the Tacoma Park Silver Spring Community Safety Network, and a leader within the efforts of Blair Unida. All three of these are efforts that fall within the category of mutual aid, neighbors helping neighbors, that are working to ensure that our immigrant neighbors in particular have the support of those of us who are in a position to provide support. So it is a ready audience of thousands of folks within this region who have said we care about our neighbors, we want our neighbors to know that we care about them. And so the opportunity to screen a film like this is an opportunity to come together to learn. It's a form of popular education, if you will. So personally, for my part, I would hope to share the news of this screening across those networks, as well as being a Montgomery County Public Schools parent. I would hope to share the screening with our local schools with an encouragement for families to consider attending with their children. I know we've been grateful to the city for the support that you've offered and will be offering of the work that we're doing with MoCo IRC and with the Community Safety Network as well. And so I would hope that we would see a robust turnout from those networks, because certainly we know these are folks who are showing every day with their volunteer labor that they want to make certain that our neighbors who are at risk know that they have our support and that we are here for them. So the opportunity to come together, to learn, to explore, and to be in discussion with the filmmaker and those who wanted this story to be told, who will be here from Agua Prieta, feels like a perfect opportunity to do all of those things all at once.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember Westlake.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask what's the name of the filmmaker or filmmakers? And I'm wondering if they are affiliated, connected in any way with Tacoma Park.
Mm-hmm. The filmmakers don't have a direct connection to Tacoma Park. Again, these are folks who have been working with folks on the U.S.-Mexico border in Agua Prieta and Douglas, Arizona, for quite some time, and so there will be a series of screenings that are happening over the course of a month, featuring the folks who are coming again from the border to be here. while they're here, they'll be doing some work to visit with folks on the Hill, and really seeking to raise awareness of the specific challenges and opportunities that are faced by people who are living in those border towns. But they are really working hard to make sure that in those travels, they're connecting with folks who have visited their border towns, so that they're building greater awareness across the country of the realities of life on the border.
Great, thank you. But do you actually have a name of the filmmaker or filmmakers?
Yes, so the filmmaker, so there's a journalist, and sorry, I'm just pulling it back up to remind myself so I don't misspeak. So the name of the filmmaker is Dr. Paley, who worked with Dr. Avina. Those are the two folks who kind of told the story, and I can get you the specific name because my notes are not opening right now, but I can follow up and share that with Councilmember Dybala and Mayor Searcy to pass along.
Great, thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions about this item? Okay.
I would like to, because of the scheduling, and I know that there's been some additional
Questions for information, but given the scheduling, I would like to get a little bit of a hand vote to see where the council is leaning in terms of approval of this item,
so that staff can be given a bit of a heads up in terms of
how to proceed.
Can I take a quick hand vote now?
All those in favor of supporting this movie showing and the waiver of the fees? Okay.
It looks like it would be unanimous. So, so if we can, Jamie, if you wouldn't mind still just providing us with that additional information, so my colleagues, if there are any additional follow-up questions, we can address those. And then Rob will work with you and staff in terms of logistics, because I understand that this is a bit of a tight timeline, and we want to try to make sure that you can actually market your event.
Thank you. Yes, I will send that as follow-up this evening, and I'm deeply grateful to you all for considering the request, and it sounds like potentially approving it.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is the State Highway Administration Priority Letter. Poor Devin. And we don't even have a table out here for you this time.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. Deb McNally here with the Housing and Community Development Department. Tonight, we're talking about the Maryland State Highway Administration Priority Letter. So a little bit about kind of what this is. So I'm going to start at a high level. The Maryland Department of Transportation has what they call their Consolidated Transportation Program. What that is their CIP of investment in kind of roadway maintenance infrastructure. So we are at the start of their process looking ahead. So they start in April, they go through September, and then this time next year is when they're actually going to be talking about the process that we're kind of starting with. And so the priority letter is a way for the city to communicate kind of our priorities related to specifically the Consolidated Transportation Program. So what they ask us to do is provide our top 5 priorities through a letter and then also an online form submission. And these are projects that would either require significant funding or construction by the state, or would be major projects that could have impacts on state highways. So we have, as staff, quarterly meetings with our local District 3 office. And so that's where we deal with kind of smaller scale projects. So these are the larger scale projects that we are either requesting state dollars for or that we anticipate major state highway impacts. So our top 5, and we'll go through each of them, is the New Avenue Bikeway, the sections A and B that run along New Hampshire Avenue, the Flower and Carroll Avenue intersection, signalization at Piney Branch and Ritchie Avenue, the extension of their pedestrian safety action plan down New Hampshire Avenue, and then a citywide safety action plan and mobility study. So starting with the New Avenue bikeways, so what you see on the right is a map of the whole proposed construction. We have we have completed designs on the Section A and Section B, which directly run along New Hampshire Avenue. So this is something where we are hoping to work with SHA to either get significant funding to construct it or for them to take on the project and the design and construct it themselves. So this is one of our top priorities. We are currently just got awarded funding to do the connector portion at the very top, and then the district connector at the very bottom is kind of an early design stage. For Carroll Avenue, this is really focused on that intersection with Flower. There are significant issues with ADA compliance. That photograph on the right is a great example where the crosswalk button is up 3 flights of stairs or three steps. So we want them to go in there and really just improve the intersection, make it compliant and accessible for all of our residents. So that people can move. And we know that this is a really critical piece of infrastructure for the city. This one is the traffic signal at Piney Branch and Ritchie Avenue. We did get a stop sign, a flashing stop sign there, but we are looking at signalization given the proximity to schools, the traffic speed moving down Piney Branch, and then the curvature and topography. In speaking with the administrator, they recommended that we include this as a priority so that they can go get additional funding for it. So currently, north of University Boulevard, there is a pedestrian safety action plan along New Hampshire Avenue. However, it stops at University Boulevard. What we are asking them to do is include New Hampshire Avenue to the south in this pedestrian safety action plan. We want to make sure that all improvements and thought is given because, yes, we realize that there are people traveling to the north of us down to the future Purple Line stop, but there are also residents that will be traveling up to the Purple Line stop, and we want to make sure that any sort of improvements to New Hampshire related to this project include our residents. And then finally, looking at a safety action plan and mobility study, we had originally wanted to use Safe Streets for All funding to do this work. We unfortunately, given the current administration, had to decline that funding. So we are looking for ways to eventually address this. As you saw in the kind of annual report by the police department, there are some significant concerns about pedestrian safety, especially along some of our state highways. And so any efforts that we would take would significantly look at those specific stretches of roadway and ideally propose some interventions there. So the deadline to submit all this is April 1st. So we are pulling this together. And so we are asking that the council approve the resolution directing us to kind of put in for these 5 priorities. And then we'll be submitting it along with a letter from the city manager through an online portal that will start their kind of process. So with all of that, I will take any questions you might have.
Great. Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for hanging in. Two quick things. One is maybe there is some information that was presented in the police report, such as crash data, that might be useful for the letter. So you might want to take a look at that. One or two sentences that make the case. And secondly, on the rehabilitation of Flower and Carroll Avenue intersection, thank you, thank you, thank you. It really needs to be done. Given the history of trying to work on this intersection, I might be a little more comfortable if we added an associated measures. Because I have visions of them paying for crosswalk, for handicap ramps and not doing anything else. So I would feel better if we made that edit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dabala. Councilmember Landman.
Thank you very much for including the Ritchie Avenue Piney Branch traffic light. I realize that it's a relatively expensive thing, and that's why you had to put it on this list and not just rely on jawboning. But I just want to note that it is actually not one of the bullets on the front on the resolution itself. I think that change was made after this resolution was initially drafted. So the language does not include the Ritchie Avenue site. So please, that's probably something that can be just corrected by using the language that you used in your slide before we leave here this evening without too much trouble. And I just wanted to also flag that I think that the one that is listed here that you did not mention in your talk just now was the evaluation of lowering speed limits along state highways. And I would encourage us to make that part of the overall action plan. It seems like it would be, the speed limits would be a component of that.
Yeah, so that might have been an earlier draft that was circulated. Over the weekend, we had to make some changes, so we only get 5. So in order to put in the signalization, we had to drop the evaluation of lower speed limits. It still would be something that we certainly will raise, but in terms of kind of doing this, we know that that would probably be bolstered by a traffic and safety study. And so in thinking through kind of this request, and this is an annual letter that we can put in for, we decided to drop that request and put in the signalization at Piney Branch and Ritchie. And I'll make sure that the updated resolution is sent around, just in case.
Thank you. Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes, thank you. And I had one question about how this actually becomes actionable. Did you say a year from now their consolidated transportation program begins to get underway in terms of construction or other studies happening? And so this is a year-long process leading up to that?
Correct. So they're looking, essentially, this is like a rolling 5-year plan. And so they are always looking, essentially, starting, if you think about like, they need to have everything buttoned up and squared away for the legislative session. And so they are thinking not about this legislative session, but next year's legislative session. And so it's a little bit of like, we have to think almost like a couple years down the line with some of this stuff, because that's just, they need time to go in, take in feedback, put it through their process, and then bring it forward to the legislature.
Okay, thank you. And obviously, I'm pleased about the idea of extending the New Hampshire Avenue safety piece and that being tied to the bikeway construction potentially. I'll just mention it. I don't know where it would ever fall in terms of negotiations or requests to SHA, but the loss of that lane by the fire station, it's something to continue looking at and to see whether the work they did that led to the loss of the lane might at some point be reversed or something. I don't know whether is that a dead issue now. I see the city manager shaking his head.
Yeah, my guess is this is the one on Carroll Avenue, right?
So at this point, it's just motorists are making their adjustments and maybe choosing other routes or whatever.
Yeah, they've spent a lot of time at Carroll Avenue, and kind of the message they have given us is, for the moment, they want to let things play out and not revisit it until some time has passed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Honzak.
Yeah, thank you. I just had two little questions. One is on the item that Councilmember DeBala brought up. I know that at that same intersection, that Carroll and Flower, on the southwest corner, I don't know about the other ones, the button is like placed on the wrong side of the pole. Okay, yes, so I would either support what Councilmember DeBala suggested, or I'm gonna send you some language. Just, okay, so, and then secondly, so this is maybe a curveball, you can say placeholder, could we talk later off the dais? But I am wondering, have we ever considered putting into one of our SHA requests something about that northern stretch of Piney Branch from, like, the new Arliss station is going to be there from Piney and Flower down to Sligo Creek, where I assume that we might like to see SHA put some emphasis on either, like, whatever the long-term vision is for bikeways on Piney Branch, or improved pedestrian something, or slowing down traffic on Piney Branch. I'm not sure why the police, I just noticed that the police report that we just received doesn't actually have crash data there. And I don't actually think that's reflective of the number of, or the lack of crashes. For some reason, I think that may have been accidentally left off, maybe because the county tends to respond to those
It's outside
calls.
the city limits, I think.
Well, but it's no different actually than University Boulevard in terms of, I don't think. It's on the border, I
University
think.
Boulevard, the line is in the middle of University Boulevard. So,
So maybe our police doesn't
It is the
actually.
craziest thing known to man.
Okay.
But the city border on University Boulevard is up to Carroll and just past New Hampshire. It's kind of in the middle of the
even
road,
on New Hampshire,
but
too.
it's closer on our side, and that is why the
So do we get crash
purple
data
line-
on the other side of New Hampshire and University then into our maps? Because when you go onto the interactive, the reason I'm
well,
asking is
that's
the
Prince
interactive.
George's- yeah, so that would be
Yeah, no, I
Prince
know, but I mean,
George's
are we getting
County.
it on our maps though when we see these? Because it is important for lobbying for SHA support,
Yeah.
which directly impacts on our well-being and our pedestrian crashes and all that.
Yeah.
I would think it would be, I know
Well,
it may not be our
I think
police data, but.
a lot of the crash data is also available at the county level.
Right,
So,
right. That's what I'm
um,
talking about. So when I look at the county crash data, which I happen to have looked at today, and then I was looking at the police, you can see that there are crashes, of course, all along, Piney Branch in that stretch, and it's been a common complaint among Ward 5 residents. I'm sure others too, right? It's not just Ward 5, but because that's a real fast area that people travel, and there's a lot of pedestrians there, and there's going to be a Purple Line station, and it's on our northern edge. And yeah, I guess we don't maybe officially take the data there. I would imagine our police sometimes might respond right in that cross-jurisdictional area as they do on Flower. But I may be wrong. I don't want to speak to that. I'm just saying the data is important for that. And is that something we would consider? Because the sidewalk is I think, maybe, it's in our borders, even if it's on SHA public right-of-way or shared right-of-way?
So we can clarify what we control in terms of the right-of-way on
Yeah.
Piney Branch. What I can say is we can also reach out to the county. I believe they have some plans for Piney Branch and bikeways specifically.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because I haven't seen that portion that I'm talking about. And I mean, since we have the Ritchie one that Councilmember Landman was referencing, it's the same piece of road, right?
Right.
It's a
They
stop
will, but
sign
it
and-
would be, in terms of a request, and it sounds like it's not a request for this year's
Well,
request.
no, because I would have brought it forward sooner, but I'm just asking if that's on the radar for the future.
Yeah, we would want to kind of constrain ourselves to what's within our kind
Yeah.
of like city.
Yep.
But certainly we can have some conversations with the county about what their long-term plans are and provide those. I believe they have quite a bit planned for the Piney Branch area. I just don't know the status of if it's in early design phase, if it's waiting, they've designed it, they're just waiting for the Purple Line, and we can get that information to you.
And it may also be helpful because the county also submits its SHA priority letter. And so, you know,
Okay.
it is a bit of a delicate dance specifically for those projects that are within the county's jurisdiction, especially if we have very limited number of asks to use our ask for something that is in the county's domain, and they're not asking for it, and they're using one of their items. So, like, you know,
Yeah, the Ritchie intersection though is very, very similar.
so the
situation.
Ritchie, well, actually, it's a little, Ritchie is different in that there has already been lots of coordination between the county and the city on that particular item. So Councilmember Stewart, Delegate Charkoudian, we have been beating the Purple Line folks over the head about doing something really, and SHA over the head about doing something related to a signal at Ritchie. So that one is a little bit different, and the reason why that item is being asked for is because in a more recent conversation that I've had with Secretary Pines, they have already evaluated Ritchie, have identified it also as a problematic area for them. It's a matter of cost. And so if we are able to include it as a priority, as one of our priorities, it gives them a little bit more to be able to go and say, we think this is a really important thing. The city has included it as one of its priorities. General Assembly, give us the money. So this is one where it's a little bit more, because there's been so much back and forth on it, that it's more of a lobbying piece, not just for us, but also for SHA to get the funding.
Okay, well, thank you for allowing me the indulgence of that. I wanted to put this into the public dialogue in front of all my colleagues as well. I think it's a part of town that it's coming now to a head, because the Flower Avenue Bikeway is well on its way. Arliss Station will be up and running soon, just like the other Crossroads area, and I'm eager to see us maybe now. And I'm in my 4th year. And I have SHA stuff moves slow, so I would love to, you know, start putting this more forcefully and get help from my colleagues on how to navigate on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanzat. Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, I was thinking more about the junction study and the follow-up that the original junction study had 2 parts, and part 1 was the short-term stuff, which they did, and part 2 is the long-term stuff, which they didn't do. But as I look at this list of priorities, and knowing that we can only have 5, I am having trouble figuring out what should bump. But I don't want to lose the thought that we still need to return to the bigger picture. And maybe there's another way to get at it with SHA than this priority list. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Definitely look forward to seeing the revised resolution, but really appreciate all of the work that staff has been doing, not just to identify these top priorities, but in order to identify these types of priorities, I really think it's important for people at home to know that there's a ton of work. Like, you just got a little bit of a window into the amount of work that has to happen before you can even get to the point where you can defend a priority. And so I'm really appreciative of all of the staff work that has gone into all of these initiatives thus far, so that we're able to push it forward with SHA. All right, thank you so much. Okay, last item, and I know it's late, so I don't want to belabor the point. So the last item tonight is the charter amendment resolution. And so because of the weather cancellation of the public hearing that was supposed to be held on Monday, what I've learned in conversations with City Clerk Carpenter and our city attorney is that to have another, or a rain day, so to speak, for the next public hearing, it would require us to go through the process of notifications again. So it would be additional 20-some days that we would need to do ahead of time and the like.
And so what came to mind for me was the fact that we have a couple of items on the table that I think it would be helpful, at least for us to acknowledge these items that have been on the table. I've introduced a new one as a way for us to determine what is the next step and whether or not a public hearing is necessary or not. So just for folks at home, one item on the table, Councilmember DeBala shared a resolution to just kind of put pen to paper on what would be a voting item should the council decide within its authority to move forward with voting for 4-year terms. That would require a public hearing. That would require us to go through the full process. It would also enable a petition. And so that's one item that's on the table. The other item that's on the table, Councilmember Landman had submitted a resolution regarding a referendum. So basically requiring us to put this on the ballot, making it an advisory item on the ballot would not require a public hearing. And so that's one item. What I have introduced in a resolution is, for me, the issue is I feel like, one, there is a need for more time to have meaningful exchange with residents. And while a referendum is a good way to get the voter feedback, I am concerned about the impact of people who may not vote and what their thoughts are. So our non-U.S. citizens who may, because of what's going on in the world, just not want to touch a city election right now. Our youth that are not technically old enough this time around to vote, but maybe are looking, or we're looking forward to being able to vote in the future, and wanting to make sure that we could give ourselves a little bit more time. Another concern that I had was the fact that even if we were to vote to say to move forward with a referendum item, or using our authority as a council to push forward for a 4-year term starting in, say, 2028, that still, to me, wouldn't really get at the core issue that our Board of Elections has, which is staffing and resources that they need for this election cycle. So I wanted to make sure that we could have a resolve clause that addressed that, gave ourselves more time to work with the board, to do some education, to do some community outreach, and the like, and then have that information come back to the next council, giving everybody some time, the next council in 2027 in terms of lessons learned. And then from there, that council could decide, yes, we want to move forward. We feel like we have enough information and education, and everybody kind of understands what's happening, to move forward with a vote for term lengths, or vote towards the cycle of the elections, or move forward with a referendum. But it wouldn't be this rush over the summer into the fall to try to do all of that when we already know that our Board of Elections is asking for additional support. So these are the three options that are on the table. I'm gonna pause to see if folks have any initial thoughts. I will say for each item, it would be a little different follow-up. If folks are leaning towards the first item, which would be changing the terms, that means our city clerk would have to go through the process of
re-advertising and putting forward for a public hearing. If we go forward with a referendum, we would need to work with our Board of Elections, make sure that we're all in agreement on the language of the referendum, and then also talk about education that would need to start happening over the course of the summer into the fall. If we go with the last option, then the follow-up would be with the Board of Elections around trying to get a better understanding of their the financial needs that they have that would be in the 27 budget that we would need to vote on, as well as any thoughts that they have around education and other methods that we should consider in terms of outreach over the next year in order to make sure we're able to get that report sooner in terms of lessons learned from the 2026 election, that we're able to make sure that we're able to gather information needed for specifically those target populations, and then that the next council will have that information enough time to make any decisions that they need to make sooner. And so with that, I don't know if there are any initial thoughts around options and next steps. Councilmember Honzak.
I just want to thank the mayor for putting this together. I think this is, I think this personally, I think this is the best course of action to move us forward from where we've found ourselves the last several months. There have been concerns, as all of us know, on listservs at least, because folks don't listen to our late night council meetings very much, and probably missed also the Board of Education. Board of Education, I'm tired. The Board of Elections having put forward their report even last year. I don't know that we were able to get that narrative out to the community adequately and in a timely way for people to be able to focus on the current discussion and think about it at the pace that might have been helpful. So I think this is a good way forward, and the Board of Elections actually asked us to do something like this. So I think this will help us move forward. I might, having not had a chance to fully absorb this, of course, I might like to make some suggestions with a clearer head about whether we've got the right, the best components here to get at some of their asks, but I think it's the right direction of travel, so.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember Lamon.
First, let me thank you, Madam Mayor, for doing this. I just want to say that with respect to the draft resolution that I had circulated, that would call for an advisory referendum item on the ballot in 2026 to ask the general public what they think about changing the term lengths, that I offered that as an alternative to the idea that we would actually amend the charter, not because I was enthusiastic about moving forward with doing that, but because I thought that it would at least give the voters a chance to weigh in, since that is what we've done in the past when charter amendments affecting key elements of democratic process about voting has been put to the voters. But I actually think that the approach that you're taking in this draft, which I do want time to review and comment on before it moves forward, is actually more in keeping with what the Board of Elections asked for, and that it puts front and center addressing the concerns that they have about the upcoming election. And to me, that was the emergency, or if there's an emergency, the more critical priority to address right now. And so taking a little bit of the pressure off the question of the term lengths and focusing on the immediacy of the need to meet election procedural needs is a better approach. I do think that their solution that they proposed, kind of like what to do in the event of how difficult this is, which was to put it back on odd-numbered years and stay away from the years that, where there's the joint pressure of the two sets of elections. We have rejected that idea, I think, handily. There seemed to be unanimity on that. So that just makes it all the more important that we address our other concerns. So I would, if it's useful, if we move forward in this way, I would happily withdraw my proposed resolution, because that it served its purpose if it created an alternative that is more putting forward the needs of the election board as a priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Schlegel?
I have appreciated the discussion that Councilmember DeBala's proposal has engendered in the last several weeks, and I think it's been very helpful in casting a spotlight on underlying issues of like sustainability for the council, challenges for new members, and so there's definitely work for us as a council or the next council to be doing in terms of thinking about how this priority we have of engagement. Part of engagement is having people who are so engaged that they're familiar enough with city processes that they're ready to stand for election and step in and serve well. And so that wouldn't be a Board of Elections issue themselves, a Board of Education maybe. So I am pleased with the idea of the third resolution. It's my first time seeing it, so the fourth whereas, I just wanted to comment that it wasn't clear on page 22 in the report whether they were identifying that medium priority as them doing some evaluation of election cycles and term lengths, or whether they were asking the council to evaluate that, because then at the end of the report in Appendix 6, there's a little bit of a discrepancy. Appendix 6, it has summary of critical priorities, immediate action. It's on page 36, and in their immediate action required, as well as medium-term planning and ongoing monitoring, they do not mention any call for doing anything about term lengths. So there certainly are lots of other things that they were asking for us to do sooner.
Yeah, and I appreciate that point.
And just for everyone's notice, I just need to know whether or not if we're not going to go down the path
of needing to schedule a public hearing or deal with a referendum, then that's awesome.
we would have time to go through and wordsmith, run this by the Board of Elections,
Have another work session to make sure we're all on the same page in terms of the
final language in the resolution.
and then move forward with the vote. Because I saw that as well. I saw that wasn't included in the appendix, but in the main body of the report, they did note it. And Councilmember Landman, to your point, in the Board of Elections, their last set of meeting notes, it seemed as if they also were not willing to take it to the odd year, but maybe consider moving it earlier in the year. So it's not in alignment. I mean, it's like in the spring versus putting it at the same time.
I think we as a council
Have said, hey, we really want it to be during, at the same time. But we also recognize that it may be a little bit more labor intensive. So I kept the cycle in the resolves because I wanted them to at least be able to say, hey, we've gotten this extra support. We've ran the 2026 elections. We've done our report.
great. We have learned
That if you just shell out a little extra money, we're fine with having it happen at the same time as the federal and the state elections. Or they could come back and say, you know what? You've shelled out some extra money and it's still not fine, right? So I wanted to kind of still leave that window open for them to come back with a recommendation like that. But we can, and I did talk to Jesse about this as well, that if this seems more in line with where the council would like us to kind of finalize, then we will follow up with the Board of Elections and have them take a look and make sure that there's some points that
needed to be clarified, and if we need to get some cost estimates, particularly for the 2027 budget for us, then that would be really helpful and a good way for us to move forward. And of course, I know it's late. Edits are welcome. I just sprung it on everybody because I just wanted to get what was in my brain in terms of what I felt like the concerns were on paper. And so if you take a look and you see some things that are a little off or you would like to edit, please just feel free to send me those edits. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. So it sounds like folks are leaning towards the option that I've put forward, and then that way we can move forward from there, and then move forward with this next option and not have to move forward with a referendum or a public hearing on changing the terms right now.
Could I just thank the National Weather Service for their extremely bad forecasting that gave us the opportunity to rethink this in the way that you have done, Madam Mayor?
No worries. I think we're good. Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, I think this makes sense. It's not feasible to do the process that we need to do and still make a short-term change in election in timing. And as we discussed last week, 2028 has a lot of merit anyway. So I think this is a good way to proceed. I would like to see a little bit more in here about the kinds of questions we still need to answer related to, that we would like them to address related to election, related to term lengths. But that can be fleshed out later. I think that's all I have right now. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. And I just want to thank you so much for raising the issue.
Yeah. Sorry.
So close.
It's late. It's late. And I even wrote it down. See right there. The other part. So there were two reasons why I brought it up in the first place, and one is the concern about elections, and there is also the concern about council members being as effective as possible in representing representing our constituents. And in both cases, there are other solutions. They cost money and they take time, and I'm fine with pursuing other solutions, but I don't want to lose those two problems that need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Honzak?
Yeah, well, no, I think it's just important that on the closing note, if I happen to be the last one, that that we keep center of mind that this is going to cost us money. Okay, I mean, I just don't want us to disagree later. This is going to cost us some money, like a substantial amount. We must support, because Appendix 6 at the very top has only one critical item, and it's a staffing issue, volunteer and staffing. And we also haven't solved and aren't planning to, it sounds like, because we don't have any great ideas for it and we're not willing to go there, to move the cycle to a different time. So we're going to be competing for election workers. Jesse's team has been taxed heavily. We're going to need to figure out how to help her not be struggling. The Board of Elections team has said, you got to do this before the next election. So I hope they will agree that money will go pretty far to solving the problems, but we're not only going to need to do money for that, but this, in its current rendition, will require some money for education and engagement, will require money then moving into the next year. And then one more thing that I want to flag as a sort of a warning, even though I'm supporting this, is that last election, they were so overstretched, the team, that they weren't able to produce the report until about a year after the election was finished. So if, for example, we want this stuff to all happen, like next summer, not this summer, but the next summer, then that would fall within the time period that last time they were still working on their report. So again, money, money, money. And just, we need to prepare, we need to start preparing the narratives for residents, and I ask for my colleagues to help with that, to prepare people to say, hey, we got to put our money where our mouths are. If we don't support moving forward with a council referendum right now, then we need to be ready to put a fair amount of money behind it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember Westerle?
Thank you, and I'll keep it short and closing minded. I just wanted to say thank you, Mayor Searcy, for putting together this proposal. I agree with my colleagues. I think it makes the most sense of how we can move forward. And I really wanted to publicly thank Councilmember DeBala. She put so much work into this and with so much good intention. And I think it's a bit unfortunate. I think that the public perception got kind of warped on that in certain ways. So, and I know that she's kind of taken a lot of the heat on that, which I don't think is deserved. So I just wanted to thank her for trying out this thing that could have been unpopular. And we heard ways that people weren't into it. But keeping, trying to make change that you thought would be better for the city. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember DeBala. Yes. All right, and y'all, we made it before midnight. Hot dog. Everyone have a fantastic night. All right. It's only